Not much going on, just fucking around.
Hello there, it's Christmas time, that magical holiday when us Brits pull on our festive jumpers and deck the halls with boughs of holly.
Now that is a beautiful fucking bowl. Look at that. What a bowl that is. That's the fucking bowl of all bowl.
But it's not all turkey and tinsel. We're also beset by those little anxieties we like to call very British problems.
British are very suspicious of Christmas. They have to be slightly cheerier than normal.
We have a unique set of complicated social codes and unwritten rules
Compliment apology, that's the rhythm of the day.
that the rest of the world will never understand.
We would all have to watch the Queen's speech, and my father would make a stand.
All 60 million of us crammed onto this little island are united at Christmas time by endless opportunities for embarrassment
You all get drunk, that all happens, and the British way is you act like it never happened.
and relentless social awkwardness.
People tell you to put on Christmas jumpers, which we never really enjoy doing.
So if you've ever turned down help from the kitchen,
It is a bit of turkey and some spuds. Well, two of those things are on fire.
tried to leave a party by using a secret code,
It's the babysitter, isn't it? Oh no.
or said sorry as you've handed over a gift,
You can apologise and apologise and apologise all day long with no interruptions. What's not to like?
then you are suffering from very British problems at Christmas. But don't panic, you are not alone.
Why is there a problem? Oh, welcome to Britain. We'll make it a problem.
We'll make it a problem.
So tonight we'll be taking a look at the very British problems that we all face at this time of year. Our festive anxieties start well before Christmas Day, when we begin to think about what gifts to buy.
It's not in our nature to give presents as Brits. You know, Americans, they'll give presents for you waking up that morning. Do you know what I mean?
Well done, you're still alive. Here's a little gift just to say well done for that.
You know, whereas Brits are not like that. So it's more, the whole thing of gift giving is quite unnatural for Brits, I think. We find it difficult.
We Brits have no confidence in our own choices, even when buying for our nearest and dearest.
I got Blue Water to do all my Christmas shopping, and I got the perfume area. Do you do much of that perfume?
Do you look a bit blank when you're there?
Well, I do, but that's what I'm thinking. I said I'd like to get something for the wife, and they say, "Well, what's she interested?"
What does she smell like? what are you trying to disguise? Let's take it from that point first.
And they say, "Well, does she like oils or creams?" Oh, I don't know. It's a complete mystery to me, that area.
Well, look, she works in an oil rig. Oh, she works in a dairy. That's what we're trying to get at.
The way we deal with our poor gift-giving skills is to lower people's expectations from the very start.
Bum bum.
People don't just hand over a gift. There's always a story to it. And I find myself doing it as well. And I go, right, before you open it, let me tell you why I bought you this. I was thinking, now I think you're going to open it and you're going to think, why has she bought me that? So I just want to say, don't open it yet, because do you remember that time when, don't open it yet. Do you remember that time when you were really quite drunk? That's all it is. It doesn't mean I think you're a lush. It was just that you were quite drunk once, and so I don't. There's one of those gift receipts in it, and there's this big story that goes with it because we're so worried that it's going to be the wrong gift.
I'm really sorry. It's all they had. I couldn't even find. I wanted to get you this, but I could only find this. I'm really sorry. Oh, you hate it. I'm sorry. I put the receipt in there, so don't even... I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing. I don't even know why I gave it to you. In fact, I hate it and I hate you. I re-gifted it. I gave it to you because I don't like you. You know, it could almost get to that point. Because it's all about you. That's ultimately it. You don't want...
This guy's a twat. And he's saying it as a joke, but this man really does I can't help but feel like he's legit saying that in true honesty. He's like, I actually hate you, and I repackaged this gift.
Terrified of being the person that's bought a shit present.
Here in Britain, we have an awkward relationship with money at the best of times, and at Christmas we find ourselves mentally pricing up every gift we receive. Not that we'd ever make a fuss, of course.
Here you go. I think our friendship is worth £20. Part of us knows that the amount of thought and the amount of money spent say volumes about how committed we are to that relationship. So it's an awkward moment when you've given someone a bumper book of crosswords or something.
And it's not as simple as just throwing money at the problem. That can make matters even worse.
Oh, I love my nan dearly. Bit of a lightweight. She's only 4'11", so she has a couple of boozes and she's fucked, right? So I think I gave her money one year. I gave her about 400 shots. She said to me, "What am I, a fucking charity?" I thought, fucking hell. I might kick out the bollocks. Still took the money though, bless her.
There's nothing we like more in Britain than traditions. They're our comfort blanket, and the older the tradition, the better. In 1551, King Edward VI passed a law stating that everyone in the land had to take a walk on Christmas Day. 464 years later, would you believe it, we're still at it.
The walk, you know, if you stay with middle-class people, they always want to all wrap up warm and you know, and just kind of like make it across a snowy hill, a little bit like the Last Christmas Wham video, you know.
We have to go for a walk.
Oh.
Which is in itself can be problematic because other people are going for a walk and, hello, for fuck's sake, I don't want to talk about your Christmas, I don't want to talk about my Christmas. But that's it's a slight if you go through the village, you know, it's hello, fuck off.
I hate having to nod to people as I go. It all just gets a bit Victorian, doesn't it?
A recent survey has shown that 1 in 6 Brits would happily cancel Christmas. And it's no coincidence that it's the time of year when we have to make chit-chat with the world and his wife.
They changed the way Starfall works?
People Merry Christmas is probably an American thing that we've adopted. It's not something we would ever do for the rest of the year, is to wish anyone any goodwill or luck.
I remember walking back last year from somewhere on Christmas Eve after dark, and I was with my daughter, and I saw some people walking towards us, and I just said, "Merry Christmas," and they went, "Merry Christmas," and my daughter said, "Do you know them?" And I said, "No," and she went, "Well, why did you talk to them?"
My mother is a big Merry Christmas. She loves, we go for a walk every year down the towpath by the Thames, and it's like a competition to see how many people she can say Merry Christmas to. And me and my sister and brother, we all take a bet on how many people she'll be able to say Merry Christmas to by the time we've got to the end of the towpath. This year, I won. I picked quite a low number of Merry Christmases, and it was way too low, and I was like, I'm never gonna win this. She's already done 20 Merry Christmases, and we're only a quarter of a way down the footpath. But then, just like fate intervening to help me win this game, Michael Bull walks past the other way down the towpath. My mother was so excited, she like nearly wet herself, and she couldn't even get it out, and she was just stunned in stunned silence for the rest of the walk because she'd seen that lovely Michael Bull.
In the United States, they avoid any risk of cultural insensitivity by saying Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. Over here, we just turn the awkwardness up to 10 and muddle through.
I don't get Merry Christmas, I get Merry Christmas. Oh, do you? That's what I get.
I have people go, do you all lot celebrate Christmas? You're like, yes.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to be... No, it's just because... Well, it's not because... I mean... No, because... No, do you... Wow. Just go, yeah, man. I do Christmas.
The nativity play has been performed throughout Europe since the 13th century. But whilst the French and Germans have long since given it up, it's still very much a fixture in the British primary school calendar. And as a result, we all get to experience our first Christmas anxieties as soon as we can walk.
I wasn't allowed to be Mary in any nativity play because I was not white. And that really, really upset me.
I really wanted to be Mary. I could be the first wobbly Mary in the whole wide world, and they made me a bloody shepherd.
I think one of the first times I was ever on stage was in the Nativity, Park County Middle School, High Wycombe, where I was overlooked for Joseph. It's terrible. It's awful. And I remember it to this day. Okay, Lindsay Reese, you will be playing Mary. Jason Middleton, you are Joseph. What the fuck? I was given the non-speaking role of innkeeper number one. No door. No set. Fake door. That was it. Livid.
Livid.
Never. Drives me on to this day.
I think that's an interesting thing.
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen.
How they managed to shoehorn that in. But for some reason you just go, yeah, sure, lettuce. It's part of the Christmas story.
I can't wait for Christmas. So, to recap, we've learned that the British can't give a gift without apologising and can barely even bring themselves to say the words Merry Christmas. Now, where are those Christmas nibbles?
You want for a nut? Christmas Day, have a fucking nut. Yes, fucking have a nut. Yeah, wee. Come on, what's the matter with you? Fucking thing.
One Christmas morning, me daddy rolled. This season is simply chock-a-block with things that take us Brits out of our comfort zone. And what could possibly be more awkward for us than a perfect stranger ringing the doorbell and expecting a tip?
I spent all the morning cooking the goose. It's that when someone knocks the door and they go, hi. And they just look at you, like you're supposed to know what that means. I give you money now? How much money do I give you? Are you asking me to give an evaluation of how good you've been at your job through the whole year? I don't know that I've really been paying attention enough. Or if actually you were a bit shit back in July, does that mean I have to stand there and look you in the eye and go, no, you're getting nothing, because in July you didn't take the recycling?
Whilst our American cousins have a universally accepted percentage system they can refer to when they're tipping, we have no such rule book to consult. And for some of us, the embarrassment of it all is just too much to take.
If someone knocks on the door, I just ignore it. I just switch the lights off, to be honest, and lie on the floor for a couple of weeks.
I used to be a bin man for a while, and it's a big deal to a bin, but every bin man remembers those people who give them a Christmas tip. Ain't no doubt about it.
I leave them money in a Christmas card.
No, you don't. You leave them pork chops.
Pork
top
chops.
of the bin.
But embarrassing as it is when the bin men come to call, there is at least the very small mercy that they don't sing at you.
I just bought a lovely house. I'm going to get carol singing. It's a little village. It's got carol singer written all over it, this fucking village.
You know, when people sing in public, it's like I don't know where to look, especially when it's a small group. I just would rather disappear or combust. I just don't know where to look, you know, what to do with my hands. It's like, don't sing, I'll just give you the money. Just go.
I don't know. We're just gonna be waiting for some Dan. Oh, I remember what I was
Gangs of rowdy
gonna go get
peasants
some
who went
weed.
from door to door demanding food and alcohol. Times have obviously changed now. These days it's hard cash they're after.
There's very much two types of carol singer. I've noticed. There's your real carol singers, your professional carol singers, and everyone quiet, and they've got a bucket with a legitimate charity written on it, and every now and again, every fifth ring of the doorbell, you open the door, and there's just some chancer on your doorstep, in a tracksuit and a beanie hat, with a bit of tinsel that he's found in a bin wrapped round his neck. He hasn't got a bucket with a charity on it. He's got a used Starbucks cup, which he thrusts in front of you. and then kind of half mumbles a chorus of Jingle Bells and expects you to give him a quid.
If I'm stood in my doorway and they're looking at me, it gets embarrassing, so I get really close up to them and stare the lead singer right in the front, right in the face like that. So go on then.
All right. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
No, it's all right, sir. I don't need your money.
Well, no, I don't enter into carol singing. The doorbell will go. I'll open the door. There they are. I close the door.
I close the door. To fit into society.
Well, it's safe to say that Romesh has smashed the parsnips.
Drank too much wine. And everyone's having a ball.
The first ever text message was sent in 1992 by a British engineer and simply read, "Merry Christmas." What was he thinking? Who sends a text on Christmas Day?
I don't think we should be allowed
Who
to contact
sends a
one
text
another.
on Christmas
Just
Day?
Contact your friends over Christmas period.
How do they know that was the
Because
first
if I
day?
get a text from someone, especially on Christmas Day, I'm like, not now. No, not here. Leave it. Wait till February, then get back in touch.
I have a friend called Steve, and every year he sends a text to all of his friendship group, and it's always like really weird and emotional, and talks about how like happy he is that we're part of his life on this wonderful day.
That's so
And
nice.
He gets destroyed. Every response is like, "What is wrong with you?" He gets like that kind of sentimentality is not something that British people like or sits with us very well.
Obviously, we're all too British to tell people how we feel to their face, so surely we should embrace the text message.
If I've constructed a text message for you on Christmas Day, that means I care about you. I care about you. And I send it out. And nothing comes back. That's it, I'm stressed. I'm like, what? Why haven't they replied? And then it's really, I'm like, okay, so what? Are they not, what? Did it mean anything to them? Don't they like me? Are we not friends? Am I off their list? Am I that number? Am I that random number that says Happy Christmas, blah, 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 and they don't know who it is because I ain't got my name in their phone book?
And it's not just texting. Every new form of social media that comes along gives us Brits something fresh to worry about. What if our Christmas isn't as good as everyone else's?
There's my friend, he live tweets his Christmas Day, and it's a brilliant Christmas day. And I kind of...
Like an event?
He'll tweet throughout, yeah, so but he hashtags it Gibbs Family Christmas. And it'll just be updates of the day and have a brilliant time. And every year I look at it and think, I wish my parents had gone on holiday this year. I could have gone to the Gibbs' house. They're having the best Christmas day ever.
Long gone are the days when it's just your friends and family you're comparing your Christmas against. Twitter and Instagram mean it's now the whole world judging your baubles.
Everyone is far more overt with what they're doing, and people are Instagramming and it's on Facebook, and you can see and compare so easily now that I know my friend's mum used to let everyone decorate the tree. Go like, yeah, it's just, this is what it's about, kids, decorate the tree. And we'd all go, yeah, like, put a load of old soot on it, and that was it. Go to bed, she'd redo it. She would redo it, and she'd go, isn't that wonderful? And then after she'd redone it, that's how you did it. Let's leave it like that. Let's leave it like that. I'm becoming that person now, because I know that I can see when kids decorate the tree, I'm getting a bit, that looks dreadful.
We Brits never like to be the centre of attention. Well, not sober anyway. But unfortunately, come Christmas, the pressure is really on to show our fun side. Well, it's hardly surprising we get it wrong, is it?
We have one Christmas drinks that we go to every year, sort of our last out-of-the-house activity. And last year, I went dressed as an elf for reasons which still escaped me. My kids thought it was funny, so I thought, brilliant, I'm hilarious dad. Let's just go with this. Got there, everyone else is wearing suits. Suits! Then I'm just standing there, being a little bit sullen and embarrassed, dressed as an elf. And that's not how to style it. If you've come as an elf, see it through as an elf.
To help us through the potentially awkward social interactions of the festive party season, our obvious go-to crutch is the tipple or two, just to ease the pain. Historically, we are a nation that has grown up with highly structured drinking hours, but as soon as Christmas arrives, the rule book goes out the window.
Everyone can be pissed. Everyone. It's fine. You can give your dog a bowl of beer. Let the dog crack on. It's Christmas. It's fine. The dog's got an hat on. But it's fine. It's Christmas. One of the first things I'll do is I do a Bloody Mary in the morning. All right? It's about 8-ish. Big jug of it. Well, I start pretty early with that. But it's quite sophisticated for me to have a Bloody Mary in the morning.
It's always, I love going out for a big group drink.
Drinking's good, anyway.
But Christmas, it just ramps it up a notch,
it's amazing. Because all excuses are off.
Yeah, and
it's like being in a departure
and
lounge. You're just allowed to drink.
You're happy to see everyone, even the people that you really couldn't normally care less whether they're there or not. It's like, hello, mate.
Over Christmas, we drink an estimated 600 million units of alcohol. Not each.
The British public love a drink. They love a day drink.
Good timing.
Drink. They love wine immediately after work. And that is only accelerated at Christmas time. A lot of Christmases are planned around drinking. So we'll get up, we'll get a Bailey's just to withstand the kids opening the presents. We'll switch to champagne. This is all before breakfast.
Since I've moved to like Los Angeles, if you have 3 glasses of wine, people are like, okay, I know we were coming out for dinner, but I think we should make this an introduction. Are you okay? Is there something? Like, if you have 3 glasses of wine at home, people are like, what's wrong with you? You had a headache? You're feeling a bit... What's wrong? Why are you not drinking?
This inability to refuse a drink at any hour can result in a type of very un-British behaviour that causes us endless embarrassing situations.
Everything that could happen used to happen. Drunken behaviour, illicit snogging, bad sexy dancing. I remember once being that person dancing to, I think it was She Bangs by Ricky Martin.
What I don't like is sort of my parents and my wife's parents, they have this habit, this thing, where they get drunk at Christmas and then think that we don't mind them talking about sex. My mother-in-law, 2 Christmases ago, like made a reference to blowjobs. Somebody mentioned...
I am the slowest mob.
Jizz tastes better.
I don't even know how
And she went,
he's
"Oh,
faster than me.
We'll have to make sure Chris has a lot of pineapple then, won't I, over this next couple of weeks? Fucking hell. That's there now. That's there. You've ruined... Blowjobs are ruined now. Because of you. You happy? Red wine teeth?
So, we've learnt that Brits will do anything to avoid a carol singer, and we're all fans of a quick tipple to help us loosen up. We're looking at some very British problems that beset us at this special time of year. The thought of spending Christmas in Britain is rather too much for some people, so over the festive period, 4 million of us head off to foreign shores.
My wife is British and I'm American, so our first argument begins around, I'd say October, about where we're going to spend Christmas. At which point, I'm adamant that we go to Montana, where you can trudge through the snow and cut down your own tree, and where my in-laws won't be.
45 million of us will travel by road or rail to visit friends or family all over the UK.
We have incredibly detailed discussions about how I'm going to get there. Will I get there? Will it be icy? What do we do if it's icy? Is it possible to walk there? How will everyone get home? Every year, every...
Talk about getting booty bopped.
In most European countries, a family reunion will involve a huge outpouring of affection. We Brits are far too embarrassed for this, so we prefer our greetings a bit less touchy-feely.
Booty boop.
When friends and relatives start arriving, then the holiday mood really begins.
The very first thing I say to any guest at Christmas is, how was your journey? You know,
I must not have been paying attention.
How did you get here, cycle? And it breaks the ice, doesn't it?
Everybody will arrive.
It must have been Lauren, I thought.
Christmas, and talk about how they got there, what the traffic was like. Unsurprisingly quiet, given that it's
All of
Christmas
Stasis
Day.
have done this
People
place.
are at home, but there's always an element of surprise, isn't there? Oh, the roads were really quiet for once, like they weren't last Christmas. You know.
What do they do in other countries?
Well, they probably say, you know, like...
How would you like your falafel cooked?
You can't turn up and say, hi, I'm really anxious about spending the next 3 days with you. No, you turn up and say, it's very quiet out there on the streets. It's an accepted code. It's like a bit chilly today, isn't it? It doesn't mean it's a bit chilly. It means we've never got on, have we?
The traffic also allows us to get into an argument before we've even taken our coats off.
My in-laws, and in fact my wife is guilty of this, they have always got a better route. Always got a better route. So, how was it? Well, it's a bit of a nightmare because it's sort of coming up the 1817 there. It's a bit... Ooh, took the 1817, that's unusual. Ooh, rubbish, that's a weird one. That probably added about 15-20 minutes to your journey, actually. What I like to do is cross the field. Honestly, mate, like, do you know what? I will continue taking that route if it means 20 minutes less of listening to your shit.
And what do we talk about when we've exhausted our conversation about the journey there? Well, naturally we talk about how we're going to get back home. Now, where did I put that train timetable?
My family at Christmas specifically want to talk about exactly what time I am leaving and on what train. And will it be direct? I mean, will it be direct? I mean, do you think you'll have to get off at Preston? Do you think you'll get a replacement bus? I mean, what time will you get into Euston? Do you think Euston will be busy? Will you get a taxi? Will you get a taxi across into... I've only got here.
To minimise any potential family tensions, it's vitally important for us Brits that one thing remains absolutely consistent from year to year: the Christmas Day schedule.
Obviously, there have to be lists, there have to be timings. I will work out a timetable, certainly the day before, possibly the week before. Certain things will have been pre-prepared and in the freezer. None of this is fun. None of this is to be enjoyed. It's to be got right.
I am in charge of washing up. Every year, that's what I do. My brother-in-law's in charge of plating up. My wife's in charge of drinks. My brother's in charge of clearing away. We have assigned roles and we do them every year. They will not change. They must never change. There are no rows because my dad has a timetable on the fridge of everything, when it has to happen, what has to happen.
Pricey.
And we must not deviate. If we deviate from the Christmas timetable, disaster will befall the Calman family.
My brother gets really annoyed if anyone's late. He's just sort of like, and you're like, what's wrong? What's wrong? Nothing. Oh, bro, you sure? Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, what's your problem? Goes to my sister, like, is he okay? She's like, everyone's late. So he's really angry.
You know what they say.
He's really angry, so everyone's late. So we're like, all right, cool, let's go.
Across the country, we keep rigidly to our schedules at Christmas. For example, a recent survey showed that Brits have their first family argument at 9:57 in the morning. And the first person falls asleep at 4:58 in the afternoon. And if you're a guest in someone else's house, you certainly can't mess with their timetable.
My wife's sister, their family, they have it very regimented. They eat at midday, right? and I've got a 12 to 12:45 window for eating, and then after that, kitchen's closed.
It's not just the timing of the Christmas dinner that can't change. The menu is equally inflexible.
You say to your average person that I'm not cooking sprouts this Christmas. They just lose their minds. They don't even like the sprouts, but the sprout has to be there.
When someone suggests goose, for instance, or duck, for instance, fuck off.
Steady on, David. This is clearly a topic where emotions run high.
When my wife first came to my family Christmas, she joined in, and then she started thinking thoughts of changing things. She once suggested a Christmas fish instead of the turkey. She may as well have slapped my mother in the face.
You keep eating the food that you know is disgusting because it's tradition. And if someone tries to improve upon that tradition, say me, a Canadian that you have invited to your Christmas do, I'm not gonna give you a figgy pudding because I respect you and I know that it's disgusting. So instead, I'm gonna make a lovely strawberry cheesecake, bring that by. Oh no, we can't have the cake that's actually good. We want the disgusting fruit and nut mash cake that our grandfathers had. Our grandfathers had scurvy as well, but we don't keep that kicking around.
But whenever it is we finally sit down for dinner, for me it's 3:15 on the nose, our British politeness goes into absolute overdrive.
I'll eat a bit of the main thing and just go, that's delicious, and then suddenly great. Oh, now that is delicious. Oh, these sprouts are amazing. This is so delicious. Oh, the stuffing's delicious. Too much. I can hear myself doing it, and I start to bore myself, but I can't actually stop myself doing it, because then I feel like if I stop, then they'll be thinking, oh, she didn't like the carrots then.
But however lumpy the gravy, however watery the sprouts, we're hardwired to keep calm and carry on chomping.
We went for dinner, Christmas lunch at someone's house, and we have starters. Everyone has a little fish course starter. What became apparent was these were frozen and hadn't been frosted properly. Not one person mentioned it. You can't mention it. You can't mention it. We're eating frozen prawns. Bring on the food poisoning.
But even with a mouthful of frozen fish, we still have to say it's lovely. After all, the average Christmas dinner has taken 7 hours and 18 minutes to prepare. But naturally we downplay that.
The second you say, Mum, thank you for this lunch, is that, oh, don't thank me. Should be thanking you lot. We haven't done anything. Oh, I should be thanking you lot. Come on, let me take this plate. Don't you sit down. It's Christmas Day. Sit down. I know, but Mum, the dishwasher won't even. No, this. I cooked this in a heart. Nothing. I throw a lot of it away. I'll just put it in the bin.
The problem for Brits is we don't ever want to seem arrogant. So, and you don't ever want to be seen to be. Putting effort in is not a British thing to do. You know, I don't think. Being seen to go all out for something. Whereas Americans go, I just wanted everyone to have an amazing Thanksgiving dinner. So I started 3 weeks ago. I started working with a sweet potato. And you know what? It's really worked out well. And I had to source the marshmallows from actual little boutique-y store about an hour's drive.
That's like a rich America. That's not normal America. This motherfucker, that just goes to show you how little he knows about our culture. Because he's talking to rich yuppies. People who don't fit the paradigm of the standard American. People who fucking sourcing their shit, talking about the specific organic pastures. That's people who can afford it. That's not a lot of people.
My dad will compliment her on the turkey, but he will always use this one word, which they only really use when talking about a turkey, where he'll say, Hillary, this turkey is very moist. And then my mother will go, oh, well, I basted it several times, so I'm pleased that it's moist. And then my father will go, yes, it's a very moist bird, Hillary. And then it will just snowball from there. And I'm looking at them, and my brother, and it's horrendous. Traumatic.
So, to recap, Us Brits will always prefer to discuss the state of the A303 rather than talk about our feelings. And heaven forfend if someone tries to mess with the Christmas timetable. Right, just going off to grab a turkey sandwich.
Oh, I'm still thinking about my moist mother.
With a belly stuffed full of turkey and brandy and surrounded by screaming children and moaning in-laws, it's hardly surprising us Brits end up getting a little bit tetchy and uptight.
As a British person at Christmas, it's all about keeping the peace and keeping polite.
Yeah.
I think if you're in someone else's house, you have to observe their rules. The thought of someone else coming into my house and and saying that the crackers come after the meal is more than I could absolutely take.
I think you've got to slowly start. It's like in a relationship, you have to slowly start imposing your culture on them.
But we never like to break the Christmas house rules, even if we're in complete air-gasping discomfort.
It's always stifling in people's houses at Christmas. Everything's fine, everything's great, and then as the day goes by, they go, just open the window. Just open the window. Right, and of course the steam's coming out of the kitchen, and the air of Brussels sprouts meets opium. And so should we open that window? Should we open that window? Should we open the window? Oh, and then you've got slightly more older people going, well, let's not open the window, it gets a bit drafty, doesn't it? It gets a bit drafty. Oh, I don't want to sit by the draft. Should we open the window? That's all I hear. That's the soundtrack to my Christmas. Should we open the window? Oh, won't be long, won't be long.
You can't just suddenly say, right, I'm too hot, turn this down. You have to, again, it's a case of easing it in, like broaching the subject gradually. Just go, oh, is anybody else hot? Oh, is anybody?
That's not easing it in. That's just
it's just saying it. And then if somebody else says yes, then you think, oh yeah, it is hot in here. And if everyone else goes, no, I'm all right, they're like, yeah, I don't know, it's just just quickly, yeah, it's here.
Unfortunately, there's no one temperature that keeps all the guests happy.
It's some kind of
dude, you're doing pretty good. I'm pretty happy.
No, I don't get it. I would go and get my coat, I'll put my coat on, and I'll sit there like that, or I'll ask for a brandy, or I'll just be like, oh, is anybody else cold? Oh my God, it's so cold, it's so cold. And, if they're not picking up the hint, I'm like, listen, turn the heating on. There's no need for this, just turn the heating on.
And if you thought the temperature of the house was a big deal, that's nothing compared to the decision about what telly to watch.
Yeah, everything's brewing and everything.
I might be usually lower on the DPS bracket, but it's
little stored up frustrations get played out over things like what are we going to watch, and it isn't really about whether you're going to watch A Bridge Over the River Kwai or Victoria Wood's Christmas special. It's about how badly you have treated me for the last 42 years we've known each other. And you're going to do it again by insisting we watch Bridge Over the River Kwai when I don't want to. Now, I'm prepared to let go all the humiliations and aggravations you've caused me for the last 42 years, but I'm standing firm over the Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Oh, I'm more of a bed knobs and broomsticks gal myself, Stephen. After days of constant bickering, we start to feel a bit, out of sorts. And is it any wonder? We Brits love routine, and at this time of year, our routine is completely up the spout.
When are the bins being collected? Does anyone know? Does anyone care when the bins are being collected? What time does the shop open? Where am I going to get any milk? It's, I think, as close to the zombie apocalypse as you can get without actually being bitten by a zombie.
I've never been in a coma, but I imagine it's like the period between Christmas and New Year. You're half alive. You're having very strange, recurring visions because the same thing's happening again and again. And I think even people who hate work can't wait to go back.
The only thing you need to know about that period is that the only conversation you will ever have is, oh, I don't even know what day it is. That's it. That's all you need to know. You don't need to talk about anything else. Don't even need to talk about the weather for that few days every year. All you have to say is, I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Christmas is really
really quite boring. That there isn't anything actually left to say after the day after Boxing Day. There's nothing, and that's when a celebrity death is really handy.
Of course, all this time on our hands does tend to make us Brits indulge in one of our favourite pastimes, pessimism.
We're always thinking of the disaster that might happen round the corner, which indeed it does. You know, lots of things go wrong at Christmas. I've had a burst water pipe at Christmas, which has been fantastic. You know, the kitchen is flooded and then frozen.
So you've survived thus far. You've put on the best part of a stone in weight, you're barely on speaking terms with your family, and you're beginning to feel trapped.
The problem with being at someone else's house is Christmas should be about relaxing, but there's nothing kind of less relaxing than being a guest. You feel like you have to be on your best behaviour, feel like you have to be constantly complimenting or apologising or thanking. I mean, it's just thank yous all day if you're a guest.
Yeah.
Get up. Have you got a towel for the shower? Thank you for the towel. Thank you for the chocolate money that I didn't want to eat, but you've given me as a kind of nod to the fact everyone else has got a stocking. Thank you for letting me, you know, choose what to watch Wallace and Gromit, even though that was, at best, a compromised choice.
Well, I stayed at my in-laws on Christmas Eve once. I think me and Kevin were the first couple allowed to share a bedroom before marriage. So that was a big deal. But you do kind of feel on your best behaviour, like, oh, you can't really do anything. Just lie in bed and hold hands.
No matter how much you want to get away, some families will do anything to put off your inevitable departure.
My mother, the minute Christmas is over, the guilt trip starts to try and keep us there for as long as possible. So she starts laying on the guilt quite a lot, feeding you loads, so that you're so full and you've got such terrible indigestion that you can't leave the house. If my mum could hobble me to keep me there till New Year, she definitely would. And she'd feed me really well, you know, whilst I was there in bed with broken ankles. She'd bring up nice, you know, leftover sandwiches and, you know, we'd watch films and stuff, but she wants to keep me there.
It's time to go now. We corner each other on an upstairs landing. We've got to go. That's enough. I think your father's going to kill me. I saw him muttering and sharpening a knife. He's just carving the turkey. No, it's me. It's me he wants to kill.
I am always the one that wants to leave before my wife. And she says that basically my wife is a traitor. You know, we're at her family's place now, so it's up to her to instigate this. You can't at your other half's relative's place go, I think we go, it's getting a bit boring, isn't it? I think can we wrap this up? You can't do that. So it's all the onus is on your other half. She just won't do it. It got to the point now I've had to agree a code, like a code. So it's different every year. When I start talking about Star Wars, that means I want to get the fuck out of your mum's house. And it still doesn't work. I'll be talking about the Ewoks before this woman's even picked up that I'm doing the signal.
You've got to be careful. You've got to be smart about it. All right. Don't just go, oh, tomatoes. That means that we better go. You've got to plan it. I mean, it's the baby decision.
You're talking about like this is high social decorum. I doubt that regular British people are like this. They're probably a little bit more upfront about their shit.
Fine, because I know we were gonna do.
Working folk are a lot more likely to be blunt about stuff.
Oh, I want to be on your team. Just gonna go and check everything's all right, and then you come out and you go, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to stay. Oh no, I'm sorry. And then the thing that you can do that is really selling it is you go to your partner, why don't you stay?
It's a genuinely really thoughtful, nice present. I really regret what I've got here.
But with this unremitting plethora of problems, is it ever possible for us Brits to have a fun time at Christmas? No. We have a fun time at Christmas because of these very British problems. They're the little eccentricities and peculiarities that no one understands outside of our little island, and which add up to our unique, special, magical Christmases. Oh, that was fun. And to think they wouldn't let me play Mary in the Nativity.
See, that's so unfortunate for them. Some people just greed. I need to tell people to need those. Because, like, that's all they do. That's all people will do now is just need them. Hell yeah, dude. You get a decent amount of defilers. You could gear yourself pretty good. Get some good gear. 60 defilers will get you tier. It'll get you up to 250 something, which is pretty good.
But along with their proud history and vibrant culture, the British are bound together by far more powerful and problematic forces. A unique set of behaviours and complicated social codes the rest of the world will never understand. Yes, even the greatest of Britons spend every waking moment blighted, hampered and frustrated by very British problems. If you've ever tutted in a queue, worn an anorak on your summer holiday just in case, or apologised to an inanimate object, then you are suffering from very British problems. And
From very British problem.
I don't know why I do it, but I do it all the time.
VBPs are deeply ingrained in the national psyche. From our adherence to strict unwritten rules of behaviour, to our awkward social interactions.
Sorry.
We have a horror of offending and an infinite capacity for embarrassment.
I'd eat a plate of cold sick, I think, before complaining to a waiter.
But why are we like this? Why do we insist on making things so difficult for ourselves?
Yeah, why? I gotta use this one back.
I'm an island race. Leave me alone.
In this series, we'll investigate the hidden codes and prompts we all somehow inherently recognise and understand.
Tutting is one of the most British things.
We'll look for the logic behind the British behaviour that the rest of the world finds baffling.
I've never met a people who were better at not getting to the point than Brits.
And if you're suffering in silence, we'll help you be proud of your condition.
Oh, it's tough being British.
These might be problems, but they're our problems. Very British problems. If there's one problem the British find particularly difficult to overcome, it's interacting with people just like themselves, other Brits. In this episode, we'll be looking at the many and varied VBPs that can occur when dealing with other people. If you're not entirely clear what a VBP is, let's start with the basics. And as communication goes, it doesn't get much more basic than saying hello.
We'll find something else. Listening to the British talk about I know it's meant to be a joke.
We're terrible, we're awkward, we're clumsy, we're rubbish at greeting.
Back in the day, it used to be simple. You just greeted everyone, friends, acquaintances, your wife, with a good old-fashioned British handshake.
On entering the office, watch his hand. Handshaking is not so common as in other countries. Shake it firmly. Good morning. I hope you've had a good journey.
If you shake someone's hand in the wrong way,
at a meeting, it's a make or break situation. If you don't shake someone's hand firmly enough, if you don't basically almost break one of their fingers, you may as well walk out of that meeting. Then you go, how long do I shake the hand for?
Human beings have been greeting each other with a handshake for more than 2,500 years.
Whatever.
Well established and pretty straightforward.
At least it's something. Not much else on the menu. I was looking at what I could watch or listen to, and
Self-conscious about the fact I've got tiny hands.
we're good right now.
But I'm really paranoid when I meet, blokes with hands like shovels. I almost think they're going to take my hand and kiss it. And I know I have a really weak grip. And with girls, when you meet the fathers or the parents, you can just immediately sense the utter disappointment that if I went on to date them, if it goes any further, that I may sire some very sickly grandkids for them.
And if we're struggling with even the basics, then putting a trendy new spin on the handshake is only going to make matters worse.
We don't know where we're at the moment. We used to be very, very straight on just a very normal handshake, but then we went the handshake and then the thumb shake, and then now now it's in thumb and then the one arm. Some guy the other day did that to me, and I just went, yeah, cool, yeah, I'm good. I just went with it.
As if we weren't already in difficulty enough, who did the British look to for help? The French.
Kissing on one cheek or two cheeks, I don't know, when did that start?
I think it was when we joined the EEC, Vic.
And I met someone a couple of days ago, and she offered me the cheek, I think, and then the other cheek, but it got messy, and we ended up.
Oh, I don't need levels from
nutting
these
each
guys.
other.
They don't offer anything I need.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen.
The one or two kisses is a killer, I think. That I don't know what it's. A 1 and 2. I don't understand where I'm going with it. I don't know where it's what. And also, they're not even kisses. I'm just putting all I'm doing is putting my chin near your shoulder and my chin near your shoulder. It's not even a kiss. I can't work it out, and it's all because of the French.
Having tried to inject a little continental sophistication into our interactions and failed, we certainly won't be making the same mistake with our over-friendly American cousins.
Have a nice day. I say, please, no, that's up to me to have a nice day. I don't need you to tell me to have one. I'm having a very nasty day at the moment. I don't know how it's going to go, but it's nothing to do with you.
Of course, that was never going to work, and with good reason.
Most Brits see right through that because they know it's not possible to have a nice day. You could say, have a nice quarter of an hour, and Brits would go, oh, thank you very much, because that's manageable. You can't have a good 15 minutes in this country without anything screwing up. But minute 16, something's going to happen.
So while things are still
Too literal. They're basically saying Brits are too literal because Americans don't say that with the anticipation. They're just saying it out of a kindness, just to be friendly.
Someone goes for a hug, you have to go with the hug. But there's normally a hand sort of trapped in the hug. I quite like it when you meet someone who just grabs you. We're kissing twice, and that's it. I quite like. Thank God someone's taken control of this situation.
So having mastered the initial physical greeting, friendly contact has been made. But unbelievably, that's the easy part. Now, you're going to have to find out their name.
I was once in an awful situation where I was talking to someone and had been talking to them for quite some time and didn't know the name until someone came up and went, so, you're going to introduce me? And I went, this one? She can introduce herself. I'm Lindsay. This is Lindsay.
600 years ago, a third of all British men were called John, and things would be a lot easier if they still were. But until the time comes when we can all just wear name tags, Britons are busy devising their own clever strategies for finding out names.
I spent my whole life saying, this is my wife, and waiting for them to just introduce her.
This is my wife, Julia. Stephanie, Julia, Stephanie, because Jules was straight in. What's your name, sorry?
But even with strategies like this in place...
Alright, baby! Oh, come on, heels.
My
Oh, but I'll
parents
get okay.
went on holiday recently, and I sort of dropped them off, and I left them in the capable hands of one of the reps, whose name was Scott Richards, and I spent like an hour with him in his company. And Scott was great, you know, and I kept saying to my parents, so if you have any problems, you just need to ask Scott, and it was great. We were chatting away for ages, and he was really helpful. then when it came to say goodbye, I said, okay, well, have a lovely holiday.
Do you have vegan
Scott,
options?
Thank you so
Ooh, thanks.
much. You've been really, really fantastic. And he went, actually, my name's Richard. It's Richard Scott. Oh. I basically insulted the guy, but he didn't say anything. Probably because he was being too polite and British, and he didn't want to make me feel awkward. But then why did he tell me at the end? Just assume the new name, Scott. Richard. Scott.
If you have ended up embroiled in a conversation where you don't know the name of the person you're speaking to, there's a strictly limited window of opportunity in which this can easily be resolved, after which, as any self-conscious Brit will tell you, the name must remain forever a mystery.
Oh, but no, you can do sorry, what was your name within the first 90 seconds, 2 minutes tops. Well, if you've been in a conversation for 10 minutes about mutual friends and that time you went skiing, you can't then go, I'm sorry, what's your name? You just can't.
Once you've embarked on a conversation, etiquette demands that you will neither ask a person to repeat nor clarify any details whatsoever.
When someone says something and you just... The only thing I think you can do in that situation is laugh. You can only, when they say something, you just go... Or you laugh and then you look shocked and then say, oh no.
Yeah.
You just go, oh no. And you have to gauge it. You have to gauge the face. Do you know what I mean? It's the neutral. Oh my gosh, really? Oh no, and then go. Don't hang around. Yeah. Because saying what or pardon can for some reason is seen as rude.
Yeah.
Or you just simply just say, I'm sorry, what were you talking about? But that's what you want to say. Diction. Diction.
Yeah, you can't say that though.
No, I can't.
You can't say that.
In a cab a couple of days ago with my son, and the taxi driver talked to me the whole of the 40-minute journey. Didn't stop talking, but I couldn't really hear what he was saying. It was a black cab and the intercom system wasn't quite working. I did say once at the beginning, sorry, I can't quite hear you, but he didn't hear me say that. So I was too embarrassed to say it again. So I spent the next 40 minutes going, oh, really? Uh-huh.
Though it has its drawbacks, especially when discussing matters of great importance, this dignity-preserving arrangement is one we Brits are very happy with. And foreigners who refuse to play the game and insist on clarification can cause untold embarrassment.
I remember once being on a plane in America and asking a woman serving us, she said, do you want anything?
Much
I went, I'd love some
pretty.
water. She went, wawa? I went, no, water, fizzy water. She went, fuzzy wawa? And I felt like saying, you're a fucking idiot. What's fuzzy wawa? Who's ever in the history of air travel gone on a plane and said, I would like some fuzzy wawa, please? Use what brain you have to work out what sounds like wawa that someone on a plane might like. Oh, water. You know, what could fuzzy be? Fizzy. It's not going to be anything else. And that's infuriating. But politely, I just went, no. And then I think I tried to put on the American accent. I went, no, water, sparkling water. And then you think, I sound like an idiot. I sound like doing a James Stewart impersonation. Why am I doing this? You're the person who's stupid, not me, and now you've made me the stupid person.
But it's not just what we say that causes us problems. The myriad ways we can say it is a whole other minefield of social discomfort.
All the people who say they speak English, they speak with accent so different that they might be speaking foreign languages.
You may be right there. English dialects do vary a good deal.
Everyone changes their accent depending on their environment. You know, when you see a workman come over, all right, mate, yeah, come here to do the tiling.
I don't know if anyone's immune to that syndrome, the changing accent syndrome.
It's not all Hugh Grant's fault, but contrary to what the rest of the world might think, there's no such thing as a British accent. We've hundreds of them. Usually shaped by where we grew up, we modify our accents depending on who we're talking to and how much we wish to reveal.
When I'm in a situation surrounded by posh people or southerners, then I go really northern just to prove a point of where I'm from. And like, my wife will look at me sometimes and say, like, what are you doing? Why are you speaking like that?
In Britain, we have different accents for different occasions. Most of us, at some point...
Why doesn't it work? It's so dumb.
Like someone from Made in Chelsea.
I've got a telephone voice. I do, because you have to, you can't... No one wants me working for them. And be like, hello, mate, you all right? What do you want? Dentist appointment? No worries. Yeah, so it's I'm like, oh, hello there.
You have to have a phone voice.
Yeah. Hi, Tammy, it's Jocelyn here. Hi, Tam.
Oh, my mum has that.
Yeah.
When it's like somebody else rings the house. Oh, hello.
Yes.
No, he's not in at the moment. And if you talk to my mum, I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that, Tamika.
Adopting a new voice can give your listener confidence that you know what you're talking about, but it can also be a useful bonding tactic socially.
We went on holiday to Portugal, and we were lay by the pool, my wife and I, and there was a group of lads who they were having a wedding, and they were having their stag like 3 days before the wedding at this. They were really lovely guys, Jono and the boys, and my wife said I'd gone in the pool, and she said she was like, "What's that voice? It sounds." And she sat up and she saw me in the water just going, well, that's the thingies. I mean, nah, it's an absolute piss take, the whole thing. They just take liberties left, right and centre. And she was just like, her words to me were, why are you being like that guy you play in Gavin and Stacey? I was like, I don't know.
So we've learnt that the British find even the most basic interactions problematic. One simple solution we adopt whenever possible is to avoid people.
People say, oh, it's so lovely in the north. Everyone comes up to you at a bus stop and talks to you. And you just think, I know, that's why I left.
Britain is a small island with more than twice as many people per square kilometre as France. Trying to avoid so many people requires careful planning and clever strategies.
I live on a street where when I come round the corner, I often see some of my neighbours standing in their gardens, and I sometimes just go and hide round the corner and go on my phone for a bit, because I don't want to talk to them about the bins.
You know, you try to avoid somebody and you pretend you're on the phone.
So I've got to take this. And it's like, it's not ringing, it's clearly, I have to take
it. Hey, thank AFK.
Hello?
So, my love, what did he say? Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, can you get...
Sorry. Mm?
I've done that a load of times. And people will just believe you. They will go, oh, that's it. It's a great one. Sorry, I got it. Hello? Done. See you later. Bye. That's a real favourite of mine.
Yes, who but the British could see the mobile phone and realise that its main benefit would be as a means of avoiding conversation. But when it comes to confined spaces, it's not so easy to disappear.
Let her go first into the elevator. Be pleasant, but not over-friendly. Chances are that she'll be married.
Somehow it's wrong to enter into a conversation with someone in a lift.
I hope you didn't have trouble finding us here.
People in a lift have license to be that close to you, but please let's not talk. Let's not engage. Let's not get to know one another. You just want to look down at the floor and wait for the bing bong, 3rd floor, and then get out. If you have to go up to the 7th...
Millions of workers are on the move. They've had a hard day. Please, don't travel in the rush hour.
Worst thing is on a train is bumping into someone you know. Bumping into someone you know and you've got 2 hours of polite conversation. I'll move. I've done it and seen people I know on the train. I've been walking down a carriage and I'll turn back and go the other way. I just don't want to speak to people.
Usually a fellow uncomfortable Brit will immediately understand the situation and willingly cooperate.
I think that the acceptable thing to do if you don't want to speak to somebody is absolutely blank them as if you're in a complete world of your own. Say tomorrow morning I got onto the London Underground and I saw you and you didn't have your makeup on. You might look through me and just kind of pretend that you haven't seen me, and I might just look through you, and then I might just get off after two stops and then wait for the next tube train to come along. You know, I think this is all perfectly reasonable.
In Britain, firm friendships have been forged out of the mutual understanding that not seeing each other is actually a bonus.
Am I weird? Like, is everyone happy when their friends are cancelled? My friends are giving me like, oh my God. But I love it. I love my best friends are the ones who cancel a lot. Is that like the perfect friendship? You never see them, but you try and see them. They're just brilliant.
Skilled as we Brits are at avoiding people, there are situations where a conversation of some kind is going to have to happen, whether you want it to or not. And that means two of the most dreaded words in the English language. While the rest of the world delights in going about its daily business in effortless chit-chat, for the British, small talk is a big problem.
Sometimes you do go to a dinner party and you sit next to two strangers either side of you, and that can be hard work. The boredom of it. Oh, just because they know everything about something that grows at the bottom of the sea does not mean they're good fun to be sitting next to at dinner.
Like an openness about bodily functions, the gift of small talk is simply not part of our British DNA.
You guys don't do small talk. I mean, people are like, oh, the British are all known for the small talk. They do not do small talk. If you want to see small talk, I'll show you small talk in Ireland. That would be, what's the weather like today? Was it lovely? Was it dry, or was it sort of not too dry, sort of medium dry? Yeah, so not exactly totally dry, just sort of like a calm dryness. That is lovely. Do you remember the summer we got 5 years ago, which was sort of almost about the same level of dryness? That was lovely. That was really good. Yeah, but listen, I'm here about my smear test.
Yet despite it being so un-British, to some professions it would seem small talk is actually part of the job description.
Sometimes I just don't want to talk. Just don't want to talk. And one of those situations is getting in a taxi.
No. Of course I don't like chatting to cabbies. They don't know those sort of rules. You have to keep it short and sweet and, you know, not ranting. Some people feel like a new person, brilliant. I'll tell them everything that's ever gone wrong in my life.
Sometimes you get those drivers of that. Okay, so what do you do then? And you tell them, and then you sort of close your eyes, and then you ask you another question. Like, so where are you from? And it's like, I'm from East London. You support West Ham, do you? I was like, no. Why don't you support West Ham? And suddenly you're talking throughout the whole journey, and no matter how many times you're like, you start getting the sleep out of your eye, and you know the guy just doesn't get it. He just keeps talking and talking and talking, and by the end of the journey, I know about his family, his kids, and you know what holidays he's had this year, and then we add each other on Twitter. It's crazy.
They want to tell me how bad cricket is. Oh, I can't get into that cricket, mate. It's terrible. It's boring. Last 5 days. So why are you telling me this? I just want to sit here. I don't like talking to people at the best of times.
The last thing we Brits ever want to appear is deliberately rude. So when hailing a cab, it's wise to prepare a few small talk avoidance tactics in advance.
I have this trick. It only works if you're travelling with somebody else. But what you do, there's a time limit, right? So you get in the taxi with your companion, you have to start talking straight away to them. If you leave a soupçon of a gap, the taxi driver will start the conversation. Once he's started that conversation, you're in for the whole journey.
Sometimes I pretend I'm asleep. I've got some, because basically, if I'm getting a cab and I'm knackered, sometimes I've got a big pair of headphones and I'll just stick them on. And then just like, it's obvious that I'm listening to music or going to sleep. But if it's late at night, you don't want to chat, do you?
It's all very well dodging small talk in the back of a taxi, but sometimes a poor small talk performance has consequences. When you're trapped in a chair by a scissor-wielding stranger who'll determine how you'll look for the next 4 to 6 weeks, the pressure is on.
Haircuts. It's one of the worst things. I sooner go to the dentist than the barbers. At least you can't speak to a dentist.
Hairdressing today is another art, appreciated by men as well as by the fair sex. In fact, nothing surprises a hairstylist like Cyril. If the customer wants something really original, he's come to the right place.
I have finally found a hairdresser who I've been going to for 8 years, who gets what's required, which is, do not speak to me under any circumstances. Idle chit-chat is horrific.
I think there should maybe be a list of conversation starters on the wall, and you have a little baton and you could point at it, because I don't really want to talk about, I don't have a football team. I'm not bothered about telling people where I'm going on holiday, and maybe I haven't done anything interesting that week. So if it just said cheeses of the world, I could point at that.
But there's one place where making small talk is not just difficult, it takes on a whole new level of horror. visit to the GP already encapsulates in one 5-minute appointment all the things the British find most difficult. Worrying we're making a fuss over nothing, sharing excruciatingly intimate details with a stranger, while all the time hoping we've remembered to wear clean pants.
Oh, good heavens. You're in the wrong place. The undertaker is next door.
But aren't you the doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm the doctor, all right. But I have my limitations, you know. I can't bring the dead back to life.
When we want to get an appointment with our doctor, we don't just get an appointment. We have to phone up the receptionist. Then the receptionist will ask you what the problem is. And then you have to tell that receptionist, who you don't even know, your medical issue.
I don't like to go to the doctors. I feel like I'm annoying them. I just think, oh, they could probably have spent that 7 minutes with looking after somebody that was actually ill. So I will eventually present with the most ridiculous kind of symptoms, you know. I'll kind of say, this has been bleeding for 42 days. Is this meant to be black?
Making small talk in any circumstances is awkward enough for the Brits, let alone when we're already in an uncomfortably embarrassing position.
I hate it when you go for like
5,
an embarrassing
4,
test,
3,
like a smear
2,
test,
1.
and they try to chat to you. It's like they talk to me, don't look at me. I don't want to. I want to pretend this never ever happened.
I've been at the gynecologist, I've been in this position, and then she recognised me from this position, Tam, from that. And she kept asking me about my work while I was laying there like this.
I'm iced and
speak to her.
it doesn't purge either, which is still dumb.
Thinking that, okay, you're going to feel relaxed if I talk about your... In that position, you can't feel relaxed.
I just did this. Yeah, no, yeah. I just did everything she said. Yeah.
And there's no eye contact. When you come back, there's no eye contact. You can't.
It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Well, I haven't been back. Which I don't think is good for my health.
Men of my age go to the doctor to have a prostate test. And what that involves is you lying down on a bed and having the doctor put his finger up your arse. So I'd be quite happy with that if the doctor was quiet and just got on with his business, but he said to me he wanted to involve me in a conversation. So I laid down, trousers down, and I felt the finger up the arse. And as he did it, he said, "So, you got a busy day today?" I'm going, and I went along with it. I said, "I'm going for a casting this afternoon." But how kind of you to inquire.
How kind of you to inquire.
So far, we've learned that the socially awkward Brits suffer from a variety of very British problems.
Belgium.
VBPs, concerning all aspects of talking to or being in the
Bum,
vicinity
bum,
of
ba-dum,
other
bum.
people. Our climate keeps us enclosed indoors, so we value our personal space. And nowhere is our personal space more encroached upon than on public transport.
You've made yourself really small, and you get that person that just sits right on you. Do you know what I mean? When you're like, why are you so close to me? And you look around, and there's a lot of people in the same position, but no one's actually going, excuse me, you've still got a whole piece of seat that you could have. Could you move up? No one does it.
And it's not just physical contact. Even eye contact is to be avoided.
Just have to tank through it.
Transport, it's such a confined space that you're going to be making eye contact with someone. So you've got to just look around the person, and then you just look like a bit of a nutcase doing this with your eyes, just looking around everywhere. And then when someone's dazed or half asleep in the morning, they're just kind of gazing at you, and then you look away, look back, and they're still looking at you. You think, I'm going to get killed when I get off this tube. I'm going to get followed to the woods. Why is this guy staring at me?
To more outgoing nations, a bus or train journey is the perfect opportunity to strike up a conversation and turn a stranger into a friend. Visitors to Britain tend not to realise this is not the case here, and their well-intentioned attempts to chat simply make us anxious.
It's not appropriate to start a conversation on public transport in England. You're on the train or the bus or the tube, and there's complete silence. If you spark up a conversation with someone, people look at you like you've lost the plot. It's like, who's this guy talking to me?
If someone sits down beside you on the bus and tries to speak, there's a small chance they might start masturbating.
The best way to ensure your train journey is not made a living hell by having to touch, see or talk to anyone is to secure the perfect seat. And for that, you need to move quickly, confidently, and ideally with some sort of prop that suggests purpose.
When people are on trains and they've got a bag on a seat, I think that's unforgivable.
That's me. Oh, don't want you sat there.
I always look for a table of 4, and then I just spread everything everywhere. I'll take a big jacket I don't need on purpose, so I'll put that on one seat. I'll take a bag and put it on another seat. Then on the one next to me, I'll just be like lounging all over it, because I don't want anybody sitting with me.
Travel first class on the railway. Seats can be reserved.
A very British solution to getting a good seat is to reserve one. But an allocated seat can also mean an allocated person to confront.
If I get on a train and someone's taken my reserved seat, rather than confront them, I would actually rather just stand for the journey.
Of course, we're furious. But unlike our more passionate continental neighbours, Brit rage must remain at all times internal.
Getting the train to Manchester, and it was packed, and we had 2 reserved seats, me and my mate, and we got to the reserved seats, and it was that or stand up, and there was an 80-year-old couple sat in our reserved seats, and we didn't say anything. Would you have said anything? I thought I was too polite to say anything. Well, then he clocked what had happened, and then at one point he just took out a tenner and tried to give it to us.
I'd have taken the tenner. I'd have taken the seat. Like,
would you?
The thing is that I'd have played the disability card and
5,
said, look, mate, I mean, it's 50-50
4,
on this one,
3,
isn't it?
2,
In certain
1.
circumstances, Brits will overlook a case of blatant seat theft with no qualms whatsoever. This occurs when the instinct for self-preservation takes our fear of confrontation to new heights.
Once I was coming back from Edinburgh to London, and there was 3 lads about my age, and a pit bull, and a bucket of KFC, and I was like, just let them have it. Do you know what I mean? Thought I'd just leave that, just move on.
The most sought-after seats are tucked away
The
in
fuck?
the haven of the quiet coach.
Oh, are you
Most Brits
serious?
treat the
I didn't get
quiet
to
coach
stop
with the
casting.
reverence it deserves, like a favourite
My
church
bad.
with
Wasn't
the
paying
best
attention.
mood at home. But not all of them.
One thing that really gets on my nerves is when I'm sat on a quiet coach or a train and someone is making a lot of noise.
The rules of the quiet coach are simple. It does what it says on the coach. Yet the tranquility of this very British idyll is routinely broken by one type of passenger in particular.
I never use my phone on a train. I just can't do it. I've kind of pinned it down to the people who do have loud conversations on the mobiles, and this kind of middle management people. You don't get poor people bellowing down the phone so much. You don't get rich, but it's that kind of middle. It's people who are new to business who said, I can put that patio in and I'll have it done by the end of the week. And they might as well just stand up in the train and say, everybody, I lay patios, if you didn't know already.
Are you serious? Come on, dude.
In such situations, Brits are sticklers for the rules being enforced, but always by somebody else, lest we risk drawing any sort of attention to ourselves.
I'd never tell anyone to be quiet, no.
I never say anything because I'm always too British and too polite to say anything. So if anything, I'll just kind of I'll take out my phone and I'll tweet to vent my anger so that everyone knows, you follow me on Twitter, that I'm angry. But
Why am I not getting like notifications? What the fuck?
Very occasionally, though, the stars align and a leader emerges.
I love it when someone kind of just does something a bit un-British and kind of says something. Once I was on a train and someone was talking on the phone, and this elderly woman got up and walked down, went to him and, excuse me, this is a quiet coach, you're gonna have to go outside. And he went, and I wanted to high five that old woman. She was brilliant. I was like, yes, someone has finally spoken up. I didn't say anything too else because I was British, so I just went, and that was it. But yeah, she was my hero for the rest of that journey.
But no matter in which coach you're sitting, there's one transport transgression that we...
Why am I not getting notifications? That's so weird. I don't understand.
Are the worst example of humanity.
And surprisingly enough, I need it quite a bit. Because I don't know what ability he does. I know it has a bar on him. That's so weird.
Should be illegal like it is in Singapore.
I was on a train fairly recently and the bloke's behind me. I was thinking, how many times can a man fart constantly? And then I turned around and he was just peeling a boiled egg, quite brazenly. And so, yeah, I'd never eat on a train. I just wouldn't want people to think that badly of me.
A 80% of Britons now live in towns and cities. We love the idea of a close-knit community. If only we knew how to talk to our neighbours.
Don't think it loaded some of my stuff.
I have spoken to my neighbours. I'm a bit of a freak like that.
It's important to know one side and that side, and then after that, you're kind of on nodding terms, and then everything else is just unknown. You don't kind of... I think that the mark of a lunatic is getting to know everyone in the street.
Daze is so dumb. It's so easy to be dazed by these guys.
That's okay. But knocking on someone's door, that's quite a thing to do. You go knock on a neighbour's door, your house better be on fire.
Anything more cosy than an arm's length relationship only brings more problems.
My neighbour cooks for me, and I always find one of the most difficult things being...
Well, this is
when
a
he
safer
takes
spot,
plates
so I mean, there's no mobs
that
here.
really, like, sometimes I'll have a plate and I'll know that if I go around that I'll have to talk to them about some other kind of like local community things. So I'll keep the plate, but then the plate will play on my mind. Oh, it's exhausting, isn't it? It's just easier to just stay in the house and be one of those people that, like, when you do a murder, the only thing they knew about you is that they seen you putting your bin out.
You talk about like all these British types, and I guess I gotta think that there are certain things that you wouldn't do
Is to stay indoors at all times. Of course,
in
you can
America,
always have
but
people
like,
around. But why would you do that?
I mean, I guess if you don't know who your neighbor is and you haven't gotten to know them, then I guess I get that. Like in the United States, really. But like, I'm just thinking like some of the stuff they're thinking of is like, yeah, I guess we do that here, but like it's not the norm. It's upper society, like to the point where, and we're not talking about like rich people. Obviously, we're talking about the people who make at least enough to where society norms is an issue for them. Like, and we're not talking about you being prick or nothing. There's just certain things that like etiquette that most Americans or most British I don't think follow, that people who live a life that goes outside of the standard, who are living life a little better than the most. I just think it gets to the point where you get to like you become overly polite, and it's even like that in America, where it turns into not being honest, but being not conniving either. That's not the fair word for it. I can't think of it's like to the point where you don't ever make rude comments. You just make comments that even if they are meant to be rude, but under the guise of being polite. A very basic term would be like, and this is like on the very obvious low end side, because for honestly, I don't practice the suit, so I don't have a good example of what I'm saying, of like what I mean. It's just easy to identify when I see it. It's like when someone says, when you meet somebody and they're like, "Oh wow, that outfit! I am you know, I have a lot of respect for you being able to walk out in public with that outfit." You know, like they're being nice, but there's a underlying cut behind it, right? Like they're basically saying that they say they respect you, but they're really saying that your outfit is garbage and it looks fucking weird or something, right? That's what they're really saying, but they're not trying to. They're saying it in a nice way. And I know probably in the grand, like that's like a very basic one, to be fair. It's a very very basic. But that's the kind of example, like the upper society gets to that point, and I think British have gotten to that point. Well, they are in that point.
There is no exact English translation for this, or not one that we are willing to comprehend. Instead, there is one extremely loaded phrase we British use on our house.
They don't know what Mikasa Sukasa is. My house is your house. That's a
When
Spanish
I say
term.
make yourself at home, I don't mean it. Honestly, just make yourself at home. Just to be clear, that is not what I mean. I mean, this isn't your home.
Make yourself at home is like the worst thing someone can say, because that really means be really careful. Take your shoes off. Don't put your feet on the couch or on my table, and be careful with everything you do.
In 1623, it was enshrined in law that a man's house is his castle. But while the days of having to fortify our property like we did in the Civil War are long gone, we still need to protect its sanctity with certain rules. Rule number 1 concerns the Great British Fridge.
There's something very, very strange about the person that just opens your fridge. Have you had that? Have you had the person come round and just open your fridge and it's like, what do you think this is? MTV Cribs? I'm not gonna, like...
Am I supposed to move?
So, what's going on?
Doctor.
You can't take a drink from my fridge. You've got to ask me, and then I will say the phrase, help yourself. And you will then say, no, I can't. And I'll go, sure. And by that point, we're fine, because I know that you're legit and okay. The person who just... Yeah, so what's been going on? I mean, the other day I was like, whoa!
I think that depends on who. I think that's randos. Like that depends on.
That's it. Gone. Cut out. Finished.
Rule number 2 of British hospitality is about respecting the TV.
One of my wife's friends and her fellow had come over to stay, and like he was eating all the breakfast stuff, and it really annoyed me. And he had cricket on my telly, and I felt like going, 1, put that breakfast away. 2, get that crap off of my TV. This is a Sky Sports News house in the mornings. Lindsay,
Bye, buddy.
This already. I feel
Sorry,
like,
that shit happened to you.
I think you need to sit. No, I just have to sit there and watch him eat my all my bacon and stuff like that, and then watch like.
I think like it depends on who you like. If you're like really good friends with the person like you've fucking known them for a long time, for years or whatever, or like you've already established the circumstance that is what he's discussing. I think that you make those statements when you don't know somebody and you're still trying to get to know each other or whatever. When you're at someone else's house that is new to the you or whatever, you're as polite as you possibly can. Not because that's not who you are, but because you respect their circumstance. And then they set the guidelines for their house, like what they're okay with and what they're not okay with. Because if you are overly polite about it, they will let you know what is acceptable. Because if you're overly polite and that's the level they expect you to be at, then you're good. Then you already know. If not, then they will tell you directly. They'll say, "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. It's okay." And then, you know what I mean? Just like how he was saying, like you set up the establishment based on how they want it because it's their house.
The first test or whatever it was.
Sounds brilliant.
Oh, it's horrendous.
But the most important rule to remember if you've been granted entry to a British home is to leave promptly. House guests who outstay their welcome can put a British host in a very awkward situation.
I don't mind someone coming over for 1 night. 2 nights, you're pushing it. 3, you've got no chance. It's just... it's people in your house. You know, you go everywhere and you see people. Well, your house is your house. I just want to relax. If I want to walk around my house in my underpants, I want to walk around in my underpants. I don't need the pressure of having people around to see that. Or worry about talking to people in my house, or keeping a conversation, or sat there and you've got something on telly and you've got to consider what other people want to watch. You know, if I want to watch Storage Wars or something, I can watch that.
How do you get rid of people? Because you can't just go, actually, can you all leave now?
If it was acceptable to say we'd love to have you round for dinner, but at 10:30, regardless of where we are in the meal, you are going to say, well, we should be heading off.
After the cup final, my mate was there. He was at my house until like 8 o'clock the next day. And it's like, fair enough, you're hungover, but you've been at my house all day.
Yeah,
I challenge you
kind of
Jack!
You get up when you stay at someone's house. Pleasantries. Piss off.
Yeah, pleasantries. Let's
Get away from here.
Recall some of the funnier moments from last night.
Yeah, let's have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Watch Sunday Brunch and talk about why we don't like Tim Lovejoy, and then we can all leave.
Is it you that's next?
If guests fail to observe the unspoken checkout time of as soon as possible,
Oh,
the
okay.
Brits are once again forced to use codes and hints in a bid to dislodge invaders
You missed.
with a minimum
Pew.
of social
Bye-bye.
awareness.
I would probably say something like, listen, I've had such a lovely evening, but I'm going to have to go to bed.
Around about 11ish, I'll start saying, if it's the winter, I'll start saying, oh, the central heating will be turning itself off quite shortly.
In extreme circumstances, braver, more
Oh, I don't need
exasperated
to
Brits will confront
gallivant this
the
man.
Emperors head on. But this is very much a
Boom.
last resort.
You gonna res him?
I've known my father to say, John, I'm very tired now. I'm going to bed. I think you should leave.
I go, it's 11:15. I could blow a whistle, I suppose.
Wait, and found wanting, so she's gonna res him? BS.
Throw caution to the wind and go round to someone else's house.
Dude, he's got a warped mind.
Politeness means you must, of course, offer to help.
We say stuff that we to be polite, but we don't really mean it. It's like when I go to my wife's mum and dad's, like the first few times, I'd always offer to wash up, just so that
Oh, we good?
I've been seen
Oh,
to
okay.
offer.
Bye,
If
buddy.
she turned around and gone to me,
Sucks to be
"Oh,
you,
and
I guess.
Crack on. I'd have been absolutely
I'm
devastated.
gonna walk away like a big shot.
King of,
Like
let
a
me help
bird.
with this.
Big shot
No,
bird.
No. You sit down. Let me help with this, and then taking everything from the table and just placing it near the sink, and then just walking away. That's it. That's essentially. And then you almost want to go in, and just to be clear, all I was helping with was the movement of these. That's it. Let me help with. No. Please, hey, sit down, you. You've done enough. I'll take care of this. Maybe a tea towel over the top, and hope that they don't notice you didn't do it till you've left.
If you are invited to the home of your business contact, assume it's a business or lounge suit, unless you are told it's black tie or dinner jacket. Wear a black one. You can hire them very easily.
If you've been so helpful that your host has offered you a bed for the night, beware.
I hate it when they claim they've got a bed and then it's an air bed or something like that.
Yeah.
That's totally unacceptable. If you have to sleep in their sitting room and then they get up and they start acting like it's a normal morning, you're like, this is my bedroom, legally. This is my bedroom now. Until I make the decision to get up, you're not allowed in.
Yeah.
So given how much we Brits hate all forms of social interaction, you'd think the thing we'd look forward to most would be saying goodbye. But no, we can't even do that with any sort of competence. The Italians are such a friendly people, they don't bother with a word for goodbye. They just begin and end all conversations with ciao. Of course, things aren't that simple in Britain.
When you both agree that you'll wind down the conversation, this is
Alright, we got three
you
EPS.
then go through a ritual that takes forever. Great. Okay. Well, let's maybe speak next week. Yeah. Okay. I'll give.
I bring gifts of questioning. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Have a great weekend. No, you too. Have a brilliant weekend.
No. Yeah, 100%.
Like a
Will you send me that email and then I'll...
bone witch. Yo, lady, I bring stuff to you. Bone witch.
Say
Just
this
creepy. I didn't even notice
goodbye
what her name was. Ooh, $6.
in a way that makes it sound like their car has just gone off a bridge. Bye. Bye.
Was this a what?
Bye.
And it leaves you on the other end thinking, I think that person just died.
The trick to saying an effective goodbye is to plan an escape route and stick to it. Otherwise, you could find yourself having to carry on the conversation on the move.
What's weird about goodbyes is when, say like if you're leaving, and then they walk in the same direction as you. So, what do you do?
I've actually just walked away from my car, like two roads, two streets, because I'm like, well, we did it. We already did it. What are we going to do? Say, bye again, and then realise, oh, I'm parked right next to you, and,
I have done in the past where I've just waited about 10, 15 seconds for them to leave, and then walked behind them like a weird stalker.
I gotta tell you, this is super nice.
Doesn't mean it is goodbye.
I really
My in-laws' house
really
the other day.
like the fact
We said goodbye in the house. That took about 20 minutes. Then
that,
we all got
like,
outside,
like
we
look,
said goodbye
benediction
again.
for Bennett, like
Then we got in
the
car,
fact that they
we
merge
ran
these
down the
servers
windows,
with
we said
dungeons
goodbye
is super
again.
good. It's
And then
fucking
as
awesome.
we drove away, we had to slow down, wave, honk the horn, and shout goodbye again. I must have said goodbye to them about 78 times.
Fuck, dude. You know what gets me about this one? Is so many people do this one. It's not an easy one to do.
The basics of very
The Hall of
British
Concord
life.
is
As soon as one British person encounters another one,
It's not
you find
easy.
Social awkwardness at every turn, from saying hello to saying goodbye. We've developed clever ways to avoid each other, but that can lead to even more problems. And do not open James Corden's fridge uninvited. Anyway, I better be off. This has been fun, though. Bye. Yeah. WotLK.
Oh my god, this guy's pushing it. Alright, let's do this one. I don't know, the British thing's okay. I'm vibing with it, I guess.
Britain, the home of the British.
Is he bugged? Oh, he's
60
just
million
bugged.
Citizens busy themselves doing things like having a snack or a cup of tea, getting home from work, and staring into their mobile phones until it's time for bed. The British are united by a rich culture and a proud history, but we're also united by much more powerful and problematic forces. Our very British problems.
I could have. Now he's making my job harder.
If you've ever tutted in a queue, worn an anorak on your summer holiday just in case, or apologised to an inanimate object, then you are suffering from very British problems and you are not alone.
I don't know why I do it, but I do it all the time.
VBPs are deeply ingrained in the national psyche. From our adherence to strict unwritten social codes to our excruciating awkwardness around others, we have a horror of offending and a boundless capacity for embarrassment.
I need a plate of cold sick, I think, before complaining to a waiter.
But why are we like this? Why do we insist on making things so complicated for ourselves? And do we secretly enjoy it?
I'm an island race. Leave me alone.
In this series, we'll investigate the hidden prompts and signals we all somehow inherently recognise and understand.
Tutting is one of the most British things.
We'll look for the logic behind the British behaviour that the rest of the world finds baffling.
I've never met a people who were better at not getting to the point than Brits.
And if you're suffering in silence, we'll help you be proud of your condition.
Come on, dude.
These might be problems, but they're our problems. Very British problems. This time, I'm afraid we're going to have to talk about the very thing the British are worst at talking about. Our feelings. The British have traditionally been proud to have the stiffest upper lips in the world.
We find it hard to express ourselves. It's hidden in so many layers inside us.
We don't like emotions. I mean, I really don't like emotions. I don't even understand emotions, to be honest with you.
I think there are a lot of British people who struggle with emotion.
From the malaria-ridden heroes of the Empire to the cheery stoicism of the Blitz, there has never been anything less British than wearing your heart on your sleeve. We don't even like wearing it around the house. A survey found that a fifth of us have not expressed an emotion at all in the last 24 hours, nor remember when we last did. Whatever emotions we might be feeling, there's always something stopping us expressing them, even in the most extreme situations.
I was on a flight coming back from Belfast.
God damn assholes. Look at this.
I've ever, and at first it was pretty bad, and then the plane basically did.
Trapped. All like.
My reaction was, "Fucking hell!" I said, we're going down," and it turned into a sudden. And
Fucking
you know,
prick.
I think of going, I should ring my family. I should do that. You know what I mean? Let them know I love them. Then I immediately went, "Oh, if I don't crash, I could get into trouble." And I was convinced we were crashing. And then there was that thing of going, what shall I text? Under me. You know, and then you're going, no, because they'll know that I've turned my phone on. And I sat on a plane, convinced I was dying, but was too British to let the people closest to me know how I felt about him in my dying moments.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen, all for free. No subscription required. Download Veely now.
We have the reputation for being inhibited and reserved. Why is this? Maybe it's the climate, or because we live on an island, or maybe it's our traditions, our white collars, and our bowler hats.
Other more hot-blooded nations are mystified by our dignified restraint.
I was making a film in Mexico with Raul Julia, fantastic actor. He's from Puerto Rico, and I was the only English actor on the shoot. And Raul said, you know, as a British actor or a British person, can you express happiness without saying anything? So I went, and then he said, now sadness, and I went. So, and I said he did it, and he was like, happiness, and but that was the difference between the two of us. Happiness, sadness.
So our emotions are almost undetectable to the untrained eye, and other people not noticing them is just how we like it. Because if there's one thing British people really don't like, it's being around other people when one of us is experiencing an emotion.
You don't want to cry, because that's awful. No one wants to see crying
Right.
in public in Britain. That's for Italians and people like that. It's like you're doing a shit or something. You go and do that privately. You go and have your emotions in a small room that we've designed for emotions, and I'll be over there. And when I come back in, we'll pretend that there's no extremes of anything going on in our lives.
If someone comes to me with a lot of emotion and angst, my reaction is, please go away.
This complicated relationship with our emotions, although we don't like to call it a relationship, is made even more confusing by the fact that the British are completely incapable of expressing themselves simply, directly and honestly. For starters, there are certain phrases that mean the complete opposite of how they appear, which can confuse things immensely.
I think we're great at euphemisms in Britain. It's all with a good intention, isn't it? It's because you don't want people to feel bad. Rather than say to somebody, I think you're completely wrong, you'll say, with respect, I'm looking at this from a different angle, and I'm wondering whether... ...
Foreigners coming to Britain often need extra guidance to understand our jokey understatement and opaque way of speaking. But Brits understand how this doublespeak works instinctively.
My dad uses the code, what's this rubbish on the television for? Can we switch over? Is that what we're having for dinner? Means I don't want that for dinner?
When people use the word fine, what's a determination of fine anyway? When someone says they're fine, you just know that they're not.
Yeah, if someone says to you, I'm not bothered, they are bothered. They are really bothered.
Is that what you're wearing, is what my mum says to me. Is that what you're wearing, which means that's the wrong thing you're wearing?
What you're wearing is a cracker. Or you're wearing that. Which I get constantly, you know what I mean? I get that now because I think one of the first dates we went on with my wife and she went, what are you wearing? In that kind of, what are you wearing? And it was a shirt, I took a gamble on this bowling shirt that I thought was really smart.
But this kind of thing is for beginners. Sometimes we can go to even
I hate this
greater
fucking
lengths to
zone. This is one of the worst dungeons, man. This
Foreigners
dungeon
think we're obsessed
sucks.
by the weather, and they think we're obsessed by the weather because it's so variable here. No, it's not about the weather. The conversation is not about the weather.
I'm going to have many conversations about the weather today, which I will enjoy, because that's a form of social interaction which we all understand. That's why we will talk about the weather. It's as simple as that. It's probably the one thing where we understand.
If I come in and say, oh, this rain's really annoying, isn't it? And you reply with, yeah, it is really annoying, but I've heard it's going to clear up later. And then I say, well, they said that yesterday, but it didn't. That's not a conversation about rain. It's not a conversation about rain. It's a conversation about how you're feeling. The first person is saying, I'm really depressed. It's raining, isn't it? The second person is saying, oh, cheer up. Yeah, well, it might clear up later. They say it'll clear up later. First person's going, no, don't do that to me. I'm so depressed, you can't cheer me up. That's what that conversation means. It's not about rain.
But while the British are experts at speaking in euphemisms and using codes like talking about the weather to get our emotions across, Other nations put a huge cultural value on straight talk and are infuriated by the circuitous way we go about things.
I've never met a people who were better at not getting to the point than Brits, of just dancing around a topic. I was wondering if it was in the realm of possibility that you might, on an outside chance, well, to put it another way, what do you want? I mean, you could say anything at that point. You could say, do you want some figs? That will at least, that breaks their train of thought. And then, no, what I was wondering is, could you get out of my seat? And they will, then get to the point, but you have to help them along. You have to nurture them. Otherwise, they will just, it'll go on for hours.
Why don't you tell us how you really feel, Rich? Despite what the Americans think, this lack of plain speaking works for the British. But only if both people are on the same page. If one person takes the other at face value, all hell breaks loose.
Even asking someone how they are, that's fraught with pitfalls and perils. No one actually wants to know.
You ever ask someone how they are and they're not very good? It becomes very uncomfortable. Hey, how you doing? I'm not too good at the moment. Well, yeah, apart from that, are you all right? No, I'm not all right. Well, apart from that, everything's been good? No, I'm very sick at the moment. Well, apart from that, have you been well?
How are you? Well, you think, what? What's wrong with you? Why are you telling me how you are? I didn't ask. I mean, I did ask, but I didn't mean it.
This kind of airing of personal information is very un-British. Historically, being an island surrounded by water has made us vulnerable to invasion, which is perhaps why we feel so uncomfortable when asked to divulge intimate details.
There are certain coffee shops now where you go and order a coffee and they ask your name. Why? Why do you need to know my name? Why do you need to know my name? They say it's to kind of make people feel more welcome. Nada. Doesn't do that to me. Doesn't make me feel more... I feel intruded upon. I don't want to give my name, so I always lie. That's quite interesting, to lie, because you suddenly feel like you're a spy or something. So say, and can I take your name today, please? And I'm always Jane. I should think of something more exciting, I suppose, but I'm always Jane. And they'll go, and it's a soy latte for Jane. But I have questioned them about it, and I've said, listen, I don't know your name. Why do you need to know mine?
She wanted a coffee, not a therapy session. But though we're so uptight that we don't even want to tell people our names, luckily, us Brits do have one very effective way to let it all out.
You're allowed to express emotions when you're watching sport or playing sport.
Extreme joy, absolute rage, anger, sadness, passion, tears, all within the safety net of this doesn't actually matter.
I remember, I think it was Italian 1990 where Paul Gascoigne cried. My brother and I were so invested. We bawled our eyes out. It was like someone had died. I don't remember feeling such emotion for years again.
For Brits, the sporting arena is a safe space where, at an appointed time and place, with a clear set of rules and presided over by an umpire or referee, we're allowed to truly let rip. We invented rugby, snooker, curling, badminton, football, darts, cricket, netball, bowls, rounders and golf. You're welcome. Giving the rest of the world something to do, and ourselves an opportunity to express extreme emotion while pretending it's actually about something completely different, like a ball going where it's supposed to.
When you see those things of fans crying in the stands that a team's been relegated, I honestly believe that is a release of something else. The man where life is just a bit too hard. It's just a bit too much of a struggle. Perhaps working in a job they don't like or feeling unsatisfied in some way of their life, and you can get it all out on a Saturday afternoon.
Thousands of their supporters, it was Wembley belongs to me, turf and all.
In a survey, 2/3 of men said football makes it easier for them to share their emotions with other men. And in extreme moments of celebration, British men will even dabble with the kind of tactile behaviour you normally associate with Europeans.
When you go to the football, which I do on a regular basis, you're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to express moments of triumph. If your team scores a goal, you can grab that person who you've never met sitting next to you round the shoulders and jump up and down, screaming, "Come on!"
But be careful. Sports have rules, and those rules apply to the level of emotion you can express while watching them too.
I went to the lawn bowls during the Olympics. Me and my little brother, we because it was our first time, we didn't quite know how to behave. So when, you know, they attempted their bowl, like, me and my brother were like, "Yes, you go on, bro." And it was like, "You don't behave like that at the bowls. Sorry, guys, first time."
It depends what sport you're watching. Cricket has totally different rules about what emotions are allowed to be expressed. Pretty much none. It's totally legitimate to shout at a football match, "The referee's a wanker." I mean, everyone will back you up on that. It's a given. You can't do that at cricket. No one will start a chant of "The umpire is a wanker" at the cricket.
Just because we Brits don't wear our hearts on our sleeves doesn't mean we're heartless. You just have to understand the rules of how we express ourselves. Say the opposite of what you mean. Never tell anyone how you're actually feeling, even if they ask. And if you must vent an emotion, go to a football match. Me? Oh no, I'm fine, thanks. Absolutely fine. But there are some scenarios where we need to employ all our hidden British codes to avoid an un-British emotional outburst. One of these is when we're angry.
I think there is a common language of understated passive aggression that we all know what we're doing.
A lot of facial expression stuff, hoping that the other person will pick up that it's not good enough. So kind of a lot of...
I'll sort of like, and when they come close, I'll go, sort of leave it. You know, it's ridiculous. It's ineffectual.
I was at the theatre recently, and there was a woman in the audience sat the row behind me to my left, and she started coughing. Now, you know, you can't help coughing, but consider those around you. They may not want to listen to you coughing. So she coughed for a bit, sort of put up with it, and then it carried on. So what I did was, at first, she'd cough, and I'd go, and carry on. She'd cough again, and I'd sigh a bit louder. Maybe raise the eyes this time, even though nobody could see me doing that. She'd cough again. So I thought, I'm going to look at her this time. So I just looked, glanced. It was just a glance. Absolutely pointless, because she couldn't see me looking at her. Carried on watching the theatre. And then in my head, I'm going, right, I'm going to let her cough 3 more times, and then I'm going to say something. She coughed again, and I went, oh, for goodness sake. So I was probably annoying the other people around me because I was reacting to her coughing.
One of the reasons we like to keep our anger quiet is that we don't want to appear as rude as the person who made us angry in the first place. That makes sense to us.
Brits can never seem to get over the fact that someone treated them badly. Rudeness is just something that Brits love to bang on and on about, how someone was rude to them. If you sit at a restaurant or walk down the street and listen to, you know, other people's conversations, 99% of the time, it's somebody telling somebody else about how someone else was rude to them. They were so rude. And you just think, yeah, it's a rude world. People are assholes.
Buddha taught that anger was an obstacle to enlightenment. To Brits, it's an obstacle to everything. Like a Delia Smith casserole, our inner rage bubbles away constantly. But while the French or Italians are quite happy to let it all out with a blazing row in the street, we could never sink to those levels. Instead, we invented a tiny, uniquely British noise capable of conveying 1,000 angry words.
Do you ever tut? I think tutting is one of the most British things.
I'm a bit of a tutter. I am someone who, I'll go, but mainly I'll do it for, you know, you don't really tut for yourself, I think. I think you tut for the benefit of those with you, you know, so I will tut for my wife, and she will tut back for me, perhaps. You know, it's sort of like it's like a British mating call, isn't it? The lesser-spotted tutter.
We want to show that we're annoyed or we don't like something, but we don't want to tell you, so we'll just make this noise, which is meant to be like a happy medium.
The British have been tutting since the early 16th century, but even after all this time, we can still get tutting wrong.
I went to see Schindler's List, which was a fabulous but horrific film. There was a lot of awful, heart-rending scenes in it, and there was one where he was on a balcony, the Nazis stood on the balcony popping off Jews as they strolled by in the morning. And so it was really horrible, I mean, and upsetting. And there was 4 women in front of me going, as if something, you know, really minor had just happened. It was tutting. Did you say that? Some people, some Nazis, eh? And I thought, I really wanted to tap on the backside. Like, can you up the horror a bit, please? But more than a tut. Really?
Tutting does help us let off steam, but occasionally there comes a point when something's really got to give.
I remember when we were younger being in a restaurant. It was very, very busy, and we just weren't getting served. And eventually, all these other people who'd come in after us were getting served. And my dad just couldn't take it anymore. Rather than going up to someone and saying, "Excuse me, it's my turn," he just stood up and shouted, "Hey!" And the whole place went quiet. Because he just was holding on to the, I can't say anything, I can't say anything, I can't say anything, I'm having a nervous breakdown. And he just yelled, and we've never forgotten it. It was the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me in my life.
It's not just the Mangan family. Restaurants are trouble spots for many Brits because they tend to be the main setting where we are faced with that most horrifying of British dilemmas, whether to complain, as if you need to ask.
I think it's hard in restaurants to complain because you would think they're going to spit in your food. So if I have a complaint, I save it till after they have served me everything and can't add any bodily fluids to anything I'm going to ingest.
Believe me,
Man, no trust in people.
requests are made. People ask for things they never dream of in the best hotels at home.
I'd eat a plate of cold sick, I think, before complaining to a waiter there was something wrong with the food. If I don't like something, I will really show them by not eating all of it. That will tell them, oh yeah, then they know who they're dealing with.
You end up eating the food, trying to force the food in your mouth that you don't like, that you're paying a lot of money for, and there's that moment when the waiter comes up, "Hi, how you doing? How are you enjoying your food?" And you're like, "Oh, it's lovely. Yeah, it's great. It's lovely, lovely." They go away and you're like, putting it back out of your mouth.
I was in a restaurant, quite a posh restaurant, and had a fish. It was like a sea bass. So the waitress, the dude came in and said, "You enjoying your meal?" So I said, "Yes, it's very nice, thank you." Thinking to myself, this is horrible, but I don't want to say anything. So I wrapped it in tissue, and then I took it to the toilet and flushed it down the toilet. And came back, and the waiter said, "Do you enjoy your meal, sir?" I said, "It was delicious, thank you." He said, "Do you enjoy it so much you eat all the bones?" And then, so the only thing you can respond to with that is just a look until he goes away.
Brits will try and avoid complaining about poor service in any scenario, even when not getting what you asked for can leave you practically disfigured for a few weeks.
After a shampoo, the foundations of the new creation are laid with his barber's magic wand called a blower. It seems incredible, but hair can be molded as easily as plasticine.
I have cried after haircuts, but not said to the hairdresser, "This is the worst haircut I've ever seen in my entire life." They show you the back, and it's not what you wanted at all, and you have to go, that's really great, thanks. It's really nice.
My wife had that. She came home like almost in tears, hating her hair because she'd had it dyed and the roots would, I don't know. And I was like, "Well, what did you say to them there?" She said, "I loved it."
Boss down here, right? Boss down here.
Head of hair fails to rise to the occasion. And in emergencies like this, when it just isn't long enough, a switch of false hair is thrust into the breach. To Cyril, the new style is a work of art.
I said, "I want my hair cut short." I said, "Just do it like this picture of Elvis Costello." And the hairdresser looked at it and went, and then just carried on. I thought, something's not right. And he started trimming away. And I was thinking, this isn't going where I wanted it to go. And I said, "That's not what I wanted. I wanted it to look like Elvis Costello." And he said, "No. You don't walk out of my barbers looking like that. This is what you want to look like." It was actually like an early Noel Edmonds. It was kind of high there and went around into a bell shape. So I didn't complain. I just simply got on the bus, made sure no one could see me, went home and chopped it all off.
So far, we've learned that the British have a complicated relationship with their emotions. But there's another
Oh
thing
my
that's even
God.
more difficult for
What
us
the
Brits to
God?
deal with than anger. It's an almost constant state of affairs for the British and can strike without warning at any moment.
What the fuck, dude?
If I've done
Wow.
something and I think someone's got an opinion of me that isn't correct, or I've said something or haven't, that's the that.
They vote to kick me?
Days,
Absolute trash.
Like, I can
Fucking
walk
pathetic
home,
ass
you know,
people,
like,
man.
You know, a day after I've been out drinking or something, and I can literally like this. Oh God! And I'll physically do that. I'll physically stop and have to go like, no.
Sociologists explain that embarrassment is felt when we unintentionally violate a social norm. And so people who find societal rules important and want to conform get the most embarrassed. Step forward, the British.
Well, I've picked up other people's rubbish. I almost felt embarrassed for them. And that's weird. Why am I embarrassed for someone else doing something wrong? I'd be blushing while I picked up someone else's rubbish for fear that I was doing the wrong thing when I'm clearly doing the right thing. It's like a downward spiral of, like, anxiety.
Embarrassment has the capacity to ruin even the nicest occasions. We are a private people, so anything that accidentally or intentionally draws attention to ourselves goes against every grain of our being. Birthdays, for instance, should be fun, but they're not, for one very good reason.
I find joining in with singing Happy Birthday quite awkward. I'll tell you for why. The song's too long.
I can't even do these quests. I can't get quests because these cunt fucking twats. I had 2 more to do because of these fucking douchers. Lazy ass motherfuckers, man. Absolutely lazy. Lazy fucking pieces of shit.
21st birthday treat was to have all your teeth removed and replaced with dentures to prevent expensive.
How do I
dental
possess
treatment in
something?
later life. Our way still sounds less excruciating than the Yanks.
Have to kill.
To me, personally, I mean, as a restaurant critic, when I see all the waiting staff being forced to go and sing around someone's table, happy birthday, I just think, you know, these poor bastards. I've probably had like 6 hours sleep this week, you know, they're on minimum wage, and they'll be, you know, just feel so sorry for them.
I was at a party recently and someone got a ukulele out. They bought a ukulele on to sing happy birthday. We were all mortified. The person whose birthday party was, I saw, she made eye contact with the ukulele. And it's like, holy fuck, they might be singing to me using the ukulele. I don't want to hear that. And then at one stage, I was involved and she went, should I get the ukulele out now? Don't put this on me. Don't make me complicit in. And I went, yeah, I think so. Okay. Do you think they turn the music down? No, I've got to ask them to turn the music down. That's the worst thing you ever have to do in a restaurant. You know, you want the building to collapse.
Even when the building has collapsed and the song is over, the embarrassment continues.
Do you go on to he or she's a jolly good fellow afterwards?
And then you have to do the hip hip hooray, hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip. And in your head you're just going, oh please, can we just get it over with? Cut the cake, let me have a slice, it looks actually quite nice.
This sort of cheering, singing and hip hip hurraying is a level of public bonhomie that the British find acutely awkward. The Europeans love a public sing-song. That's why the Swiss invented Eurovision, and why the Brits always come last. Even on formal occasions, we still find singing in public embarrassing.
I mean, even in church, when I'm singing hymns, it's like, am I now singing too loudly? If I sing quietly, someone looks over, I'm singing quietly. Do they think I'm anti-religion? Am I a Satanist? You know, so you've got to sing loud enough so you don't send off the Satanist vibe.
And there's always like a random factor in your crowd that you've went with who will be really quiet, and then it'll start and they'll just let it go, you know. And then you just have to pretend that you haven't noticed it.
If the British hate singing in public, then don't get us started on dancing. No, seriously, you won't get us started. While other more passionate countries gave the world fiery sexual dances such as the rumba, the salsa and the tango, we don't even like to talk about sex, which is why the steamiest we ever got was Morris dancing.
I generally find that British people are quite appalling at dancing, but we try our best. I don't know if you've ever seen a man attempting to just grind. We don't have the hips for it.
Every Brit goes through a stage in their lives where they attempt to dance.
I
tried to dance for years. I understood it was an important part of the nightclub courting ritual. I used to clear quite a big space around me, but then, you know, thought that was a good thing. I love the euphoria at the time that you're going, I'm breaking down barriers. Whilst other people under the breath are going, he's a prick.
But there comes a point when any Brit who's tried to embrace dancing realises they've made a terrible mistake.
Dancing's mad. The idea that you and a group of people that you know really well leave a place where you're comfortable to go into pay like 20 quid to go into a bigger place, to stand round and just do that at each other and pretend you're enjoying it. How long have we got to do this for? To what time? I'm in a sort of run out of moves really fast, and it's just it's a really odd thing to do with your friends. I think there's a point where you sort of think, I don't want you to shake at me for the evening. Just let's go for food. Get rid of dancing. It's rubbish. It's not British.
So we're embarrassed by singing in public and mortified at the thought of dancing in public. Is there any form of physical expression we're comfortable with? Basically, no. It all comes down to the fact that we hate joining in.
One of the times for me is being asked to clap in clap along to a song. You know when they say, yeah, and join in, you can clap along too.
Oh. Sing along! And everyone goes, no! Fundamentally, we don't like being made to enjoy ourselves. That is something we have to decide ourselves.
It's not in our DNA to be really kind of out there.
But embarrassment isn't just about being forced to do things. A huge source of embarrassment comes from the things other people do to you. Like, be nice to you. I know, how awful.
I'm not very good at receiving compliments, and I think that's a very British thing. Instinctively, it's to like, oh, no, I'm made of shit. You know,
I deal really well with criticism. I've just not been prepared in life for kindness.
In accepting a compliment, you have to appear grateful without looking big-headed by appearing to agree, which would be very un-British. The rules are that any compliment received by a Brit must be immediately batted away, then wrapped in a bin bag, set fire to, and thrown off a cliff.
Someone says to you, I think you're fantastic. Your first instinct is to go, no, I'm not really. You know, in some way or other, you know, you were great in that thing. Nah, well, I mean, it's actually brilliant writing. You deflect.
Because I'm always looking for people's approval, if they start off with approval, I've got nowhere to go. I've noticed it, again, with women when somebody goes, that dress looks nice, and they feel the need to go, 15 quid. 15 quid in you know what I mean, such a place, or end of season.
This fear of praise is unique to the British. Our American cousins find it baffling.
Over in LA, they can't cope with that. They don't know how to deal with that. They'll say, we think you're amazing. And if you go, wow, I'm not that great, they'll go, aren't you? And they'll just move on to the next person who does think they're great. So you have to learn to do that very un-British thing of agreeing with them. You were amazing in that film. Thank you, yeah, thank you, I was. And you're dying inside, because it feels so wrong. Every 5-year-old being saying, don't do that. Don't agree with them, because you'll be murdered.
But even if you can get through the embarrassment of singing along, being made to dance, and being complimented, there is one scenario so hideously awkward and embarrassing for the British, I can hardly even bring myself to say it. In fact, I might just wait till I get home.
One of my big issues when I go to someone's house is, how long, if you go to someone's house and you need the toilet when you get there, how long is polite enough to stay at the house holding yourself?
But number 1 or 2.
Either.
The Germans are so willing to discuss their doings that their toilets even have a little inspection shelf. In France or Italy, you're still sometimes presented with a casual hole in the ground. But in Britain, the toilet is a sanctuary of privacy and order. In a survey, we even voted the flush toilet to be the 9th greatest invention of all time, above the combustion engine. But none of that helps when you're standing in someone else's ensuite at 2 in the morning.
Do you ever get it when you go to the toilet in someone else's house and, like, you know that they're in the bedroom next to you and then you try not to make any noise when you're going, because you know that, because you don't want to have a house guest. It's just like, yep. So I'm laid in my bed, and I can hear my house guest pooing. So this is brilliant.
To flush or not to flush in the middle of the night. You could be in the toilet and you're like, oh, what do I do? I need to flush, but I don't want to wake anybody up. And, you know, you start thinking about, if I put the lid down, if I shut the door, will that be quiet enough? And it's probably not. And so you just sat there like, well, what do I do? And then sometimes I'm like, look, why don't I go to bed, set the alarm, wake up very early, then flush when I feel like people are going to be waking up.
We put a lot of effort into trying to deny we do anything as un-British as using the toilet. But sometimes we are faced with the ultimate horror. IBS. That's Impossible British Scenario.
You're in a friend's house, or maybe less of a friend, more of an acquaintance, or someone that you don't really know, and you go and have a dump, and it won't disappear. Probably first thing you do is have a look around the bathroom toilet for a stick, which people never have. You should either bring your own, or you should have one hanging on the wall. Break this in case of emergencies, and have just a good long twig in it to break up the matter.
It's the unholy grail of the possibility of offending your host, a situation where the protocol is at best unclear, and the embarrassment of a personal matter made undeniably public.
I did it once at a place in Florida, and the people had to get the plumber around, and he walked in and said, "Who did the mega dump?" And everyone pointed at me. Sometimes you just got to say, yeah, hold your head up, and so it was me. It's happened to all of us, and it will happen again.
So we've learnt that we Brits are constantly embarrassed and have difficulty venting our anger. This makes us sad. But sadness is an emotion too, which of course complicates things even further. In Italy or Spain, having a good public wail is part of their heritage, but it's very un-British. I mean, start crying in public, and the next thing we know, we'll be draping pastel-coloured knitwear over our shoulders and wearing Speedos. No, we prefer to keep our emotions to ourselves, which can be tricky at occasions like funerals, where we're supposed to be sad.
I think funerals are a real challenge for British people, because clearly we know what it's about, and clearly either you're feeling grief or you're acutely aware that there are people there who are feeling grief, and they've got some healing to do. We're out of our depth, emotionally and socially, because we're in this kind of uncharted water that you just don't know what to do. When I get socially awkward, or when I encounter emotions that I don't know how to deal with, I will laugh. So, someone will say something like, "Oh, he died and it was such a shame," and I go, "Ha ha ha ha, I'm really sorry." So, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to... Something's inside responding to you, but I don't know socially what's okay for me to say.
Our Irish neighbours are astonished at our reluctance to grieve publicly.
I do not understand the way British people bury their dead at all. There's only like 5 or 6 people at the funeral. That is unbelievable to me. I do not understand it. I remember my friend's father died when I first moved over here. And I said to all of my group of friends, I was like, right, well, better hire a minibus then. And they looked at me like I'd said, do you want to dress up as clowns? I mean, I could not believe it, like that there was the most disrespectful thing in the world. In Ireland, even if you were the local evil landlord who had killed all of the people in the town through poisoning the water system, you would still get a good 200 people at your funeral crying and wailing.
But it's no wonder we try to avoid sad occasions. A Brit at a funeral can't win. Turn on the waterworks and you just aren't being British. Keep it all in and you appear cold and unfeeling. Perhaps this is why some British mourners choose to find distractions from the emotional side of things on the day.
I used to think as a young man I'd go to funerals because it was a great place to pick up good-looking girls. Because, I mean, there'll always be a granddaughter of someone there. I used to think, oh, God, that's a very good-looking girl. And I comfort them.
Well, we all grieve in different ways.
I quite like funerals because I quite like the buffet. There's something about that always keeps me going. Like, I always think, because, someone I knew died recently and I was really sad, really, really sad. And I was sitting in the church, and then suddenly I thought, I bet their families put a good spread on there. I was like, and everyone's like that, you know, because they get down and people are kind of distraught, but they also quite want to follow on.
So sincerity is a big issue for Brits when we're worrying about whether or not we look sad enough. But it's almost worse when we're in a situation where we're supposed to look happy.
My dad is the master of pretending to be excited over really unexciting gifts.
When we receive an unwanted gift, the overwhelming response is disappointment. But a British person must remain polite at all times. We're desperate to appear sufficiently grateful for those scented drawliners. One way to do this is to have a pre-prepared strategy for these occasions.
When I get something and I have to open it in front of the person and it's something I really, really don't want, I say, oh, it's fantastic. Thank you so much, and give them a big kiss and a hug. Thank you very much.
From a very young age, I realised I couldn't mask my disdain for gifts I didn't like. So much so, it got to the point that I would take my presents in another room. Because I know there's that ton of it. If I open something and I don't like it, my voice goes up to a certain, you know, that, wow! When we first started dating, and she knew that I was into Star Wars, and she got me a couple of Star Wars figures. Wow! Queen Amidala and Jar Jar Binks, and you just repeat what's in front of you there, because you have nothing else to offer. And actually what you're saying is, you don't know me at all.
When you're not expecting it, receiving an unwanted gift can leave you in an especially awkward situation.
But it has happened to me when friends pop round at Christmas with a gift for you and you haven't got one for them, and you leave them sitting on your sofa while you search frantically around your house for something that looks new. I always find that a wrapped CD or a DVD is a good gift. Or if you have some toiletries and a small wicker basket, you can emulate body shop.
So the British are well versed in disappointment and revel in it where we can. It's our version of happiness.
I think there's something inherent in us where we quite enjoy failure. And so therefore we're a bit uncomfortable with success.
I think there's a glory in defeat. If someone said, what would you prefer to watch, the 1966 World Cup final or images of players crying after missing penalty kicks, I think it's a lot more glorious to lose, isn't it? No one likes the showiness of winning the World Cup.
If someone's got no chance of winning, we'd naturally feel warm towards them and want to give them our support. So in a way, we're more comfortable when our team doesn't have much hope. I think Tim Henman was a great example of that. What a brilliant sportsman. He was like in the top 4 in the world, amazing. But he had this reputation of being, you know, someone who's never going to win. He's so British.
This is British practicality at its finest. Set your expectations low and you'll never be disappointed.
Just see everything as a bonus. We do everything, don't we? We do it with tennis. As if Tim Henman was going to win Wimbledon and everyone bangs on about it. This will be Tim's year. No, it won't. It's not going to be Tim's year. When we won the Ashes in 2005, you know, we celebrated hard because we were surprised. We was in shock. We never expected that. But then when we started winning, we got caught out a little bit because people expected us to win. And I don't know if that's a British thing, but we're not very good at that. When we turn up and people expect something off us, forget about it.
It's incredibly complicated. You go to Wimbledon and you watch a game of tennis, and everyone will cheer for the person who's got no hope. Until they start doing quite well, then they'll start cheering for the other guy, because he's no longer the underdog, this first guy. Andy Murray is, we don't quite know what to do with him, because he wins things. How dare he? How confusing for the rest of us.
Which seems an appropriate place to recap our survival guide to very British problems. Over the series, we've learnt that no true Brit is immune to this unfortunate affliction.
Who's ever in the history of air travel gone on a plane and said, I would like some fuzzy wawa?
We've helped VBP sufferers like Ruth come to terms with the British burdens they must shoulder.
Why do you need to know my name? Why do you need to know my name?
We've investigated the rules of British hospitality.
When I say make yourself at home, I don't mean it. I mean, this isn't your home.
And we've shared in Vic's very British small talk struggles.
Felt the finger. And as he did it, he said, so, got a busy day today?
We've learned about some British necessities, like having a phone voice.
Oh, hello. Yes. And if you talk to my mum, I don't talk like that. I don't talk like that, Tamika.
And how to say goodbye.
Bye.
But most of all, we hope we've shown you that VBPs are what make this nation great. So to hell with German efficiency. Forget about Italian passion. Americans, you can keep your dream, because as long as there's a Britain, there'll be very British problems.
Oh, British problem seems to be alright for me. I don't care. We're just playing, chilling.
Britain, the home of the British. Its 60 million citizens busy themselves doing things like having a snack or a cup of tea, getting home from work, and staring into their mobile phones until it's time for bed. The British are united by a rich culture and a proud history, but we're also united by much more powerful and problematic forces. Our very British problems. If you've ever tutted in a queue, worn an anorak on your summer holiday just in case, or apologised to an inanimate object, then you are suffering from very British problems, and you are not alone.
I don't know why I do it, but I do it all the time.
VBPs are deeply ingrained in the national psyche. From our adherence to strict unwritten rules of behaviour, to our awkward social interactions.
Sorry.
We have a horror of offending and an infinite capacity for embarrassment.
I need to plate a cold sick, I think, before complaining to a waiter.
But why are we like this? Why do we insist on making things so difficult for ourselves? And do we secretly enjoy it?
I'm an island race. Leave me alone.
In this series, we'll investigate the hidden codes and prompts we all somehow inherently recognise and understand.
Tutting is one of the most British things.
We'll look for the logic behind the British behaviour that the rest of the world finds baffling.
I've never met a people who were better at not getting to the point than Brits.
And if you're suffering in silence, we'll help you be proud of your condition.
Oh, it's tough being British.
These might be problems, but they're our problems. Very British problems. From the moment a Brit leaves the house, we are immediately beset by awkward situations and tricky dilemmas that could easily be avoided by staying at home. In this episode, we'll consider the very British problems we
Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?
For the British, being in public comes with an obligation to be polite. In an international survey, politeness was reported as the Brits' most attractive quality.
Why is Deadly Boss Mods not working?
Complicated.
I'm hearing fucking nothing.
Fraught with difficulties.
The door one is a tricky one, holding a door open. Is it too passive-aggressive to stand there for 40 seconds while they amble up? It behooves the person coming behind to break into a little jog. If they see you holding the door open and they continue at the same speed, rude.
Oh, fuck.
Peg it towards them, run, and I'm furious. I'm like, I didn't want the door held, but you know, what can you say? I don't want it, mate. Close it, I'll get my own door.
Holding the door puts pressure on both the holder and the holdee. A complicated balance that Brits find incredibly stressful, to the point where it might be easy to get rid of them and just have holes in walls. Holding the door in a lift is even more complex. You've got to consider the feelings of both the people already in the lift and the people who want to get in. A catch-22 for British politeness.
I mean, it can get annoying. See someone coming, stop the lift, in they come. Then someone else is coming, oh, stop the lift again. A third person, you think, oh, sod 'em. I mean, frankly, I'd be there all day.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required. Download Veely now.
We have almost half the number of lifts in Britain than they do in Spain or Italy, ostensibly because fewer of us live in apartments, but perhaps because the rules are just too complicated for us.
If they're old or very young, then I'm like, oh, you know, I'll keep holding it. But if it's someone, I'm like, wait for the next one, mate, and see we're full, or we've been in here a while. But also, I'm not very good with the buttons, so I sometimes I just look like a bit of an arsehole, because I'm like, and they're like, hold the door, I can never find the button.
But regardless of whether it's a lift door or a normal door we're holding, we do of course expect people to reward our politeness with a polite thank you.
I've held so many doors open in my life now that if I hold a door open and someone doesn't say thank you, I now will say, no, thank you, very loudly and aggressively. I really hope no one ever turns around and makes anything of it.
Our obsession with polite behaviour like holding doors isn't selfless though. A big part of it is because we're afraid that other people might think we're rude. And a very British solution to this is to apologise preemptively at every opportunity.
I've certainly apologised for things when I didn't need to apologise, when it was another person's fault or something. You know, something will happen like, you know, when someone else knocks over you, oh, I'm sorry. No, why am I sorry? You just knocked over my drink. Or someone spilled something on you. Oh, sorry. Why? You just spilled it on me. You know, you do that weird thing where your reflex, your knee-jerk, your instinctive response is to apologise. And I think that's really British. It's like, I am sorry for even existing.
Sorry, have you got the time? Sorry, I was wondering if you knew the way to... Sorry, where's the ticket office? Often sorry is just thrown in. It's almost barely audible.
You have one of those little counters going on in the day of how many times I say sorry for things that are completely not my fault.
I reckon you could walk down Oxford Street and just shove a lot of people in the back and they would all say sorry to you. I'll do that.
A study found that the average Brit says sorry at least 8 times a day. With a population of 64 million, that's 510 million sorries. Sorry, 512 million. This makes us look like a very accommodating lot, but this one little word is loaded with complicated hidden meanings for the Brits.
When someone has wronged you in some way and then they say, I'm sorry you feel that way, that's definitely not an apology. That's what you say to someone when they're ill. But if you've got something to apologise for, you cannot say the phrase, I'm sorry you feel that way. That makes it worse.
For the British, an apology can cause more problems than it's trying to solve.
So when you apologise, people go, oh, I'm sorry about that, mate. And then we can't deal with the apology. We think, oh, this is getting a bit uncomfortable. They've apologised, how do I respond? Yeah, don't worry about it, mate. Well, what do you mean don't worry about it? What was the point of apologising for in the first place if you don't want me to worry about it? Now I'm worrying about the fact that I was worrying about the apology, and now you've made me worry about the apology because I'm not sure if this is a real apology or not.
If somebody apologises to me, it's that kind of, it's like outdoing each other. It's like top trumps with apologies, isn't it? I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. But I'm sorrier. I'm sorrier than you.
Straight-talking foreigners are quick to translate what we mean.
Sorry. The amount of times I've had someone come down the pavement, there becomes that little thing, and so you go that way, and then the back way, and then you'll hear, sorry. That didn't sound like sorry at all. That sounded like, you, get out of my way. But they will say sorry.
British people do this sort of thing where they apologise, but I never really feel like they're sorry. It's kind of like, sorry, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but actually, you haven't been paying off your mortgage repayments. Sorry about this, but we're actually going to have to repossess your house. Sorry about that. Sorry, really do apologise, sorry. Yeah, could you get the kids out, please? They're crying, it's really annoying, sorry. Thanks. We're going to take that TV as well, sorry.
Sorry? I'm not sorry. I couldn't be less sorry. I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for.
I'm never sorry about anything. I've no reason to be. Why would I be sorry?
So behind the veneer of British politeness, like our constant apologising, there's a lurking, simmering aggression that we're struggling to contain. Nowhere is this more visible than when we're confined inside a car.
A good fellow, a loving husband, a nice chap. But just watch how your whole personality changes when you get behind the wheel of a car. You're not unique by any means. Why is it that the nicest and politest of people in ordinary life so often become such selfish, stupid drivers? Because see how he behaves when the lights change.
Britain has the highest incidence of road rage in Europe. Why? Because the car is a secure metal box that's lockable from the inside, which means the British feel safe enough inside it to let themselves vent their repressed anger.
Come on, Brock. Anytime now.
But however bullish
Really? I'm just not getting Starfire crit at all. What? Crit!
Once I was driving into work and I
The fuck?
let someone out in front of me when I clearly should have done. You know when you're driving, I don't think
What?
that's an excuse for being in a hurry. I just think I was thinking.
Wow.
Couldn't be bothered. And then in that horrible way, he
What?
got alongside me, and I could sense him staring.
What the
at me.
fuck,
I could
dude?
sense him staring at me. So I busied myself trying to find something on the floor of my car that wasn't even there. I was like, well, I can't look at you because clearly I'm looking for something, and I'm down here looking, and I could sense him still staring. Could sense it, and finally I looked up, and it was.
That
he didn't let me in.
sucks.
It's like, it was awful.
The most British way to avoid confrontation behind the wheel is by using special visual codes.
The thank you wave.
I've never had a crit go on that long. That was crazy. Talk about unlucky.
As part of my driving lessons, as well as like changing gear. You know what I mean? Mirror, signal, maneuver, thank you wave.
I now go to absurd lengths. I think the only time I use the hazard lights in my car is to let people know thank you. I've come to the conclusion that's why we have hazard lights in cars, because I've never had a situation where I had to pull over and put hazard lights on properly. But when I'm driving, thank you, give them the wave, give them the hazards, make sure they've seen. Yeah, that's great. It's almost like that's more important to me than mirror, signal, maneuver. It's like maneuver, wave, hazards, thanks a lot.
And as usual, we expect our politeness to be reciprocated.
The non-thank. You're in your car, let somebody out of a junction, and they just drive out without acknowledging you? I want a hand raise for 4 seconds.
Give me a little wave, say hi, let me know I'm a good person, vindicate me.
So with our door holding, apologising and thank you waving, the British are truly the most polite nation on earth. But at least that's what we want people to think. In Britain, if you left the house in the hope of obtaining any kind of goods or services, you'll soon find yourself in a queue.
The queue was invented by the British because it emphasizes their sense of fair play. Everyone does it for buses, shops, cinemas, and everything else.
Which is why, when the queue is not respected, the problems start.
I've had people jump queues in front of me, and then the person who's serving them serves them, knowing that they've seen me standing there. That gets me mad.
If someone's trying to jump in the queue, normally the first thing happens, the people that are in the queue, queuing properly, as it eye contact, sort of go, are we aware this is happening?
You always look for support from someone else, you know, the kind of...
You just give the look of like, or you just start huffing like.
When our tried and trusted code system of sounds and gestures doesn't work, the only alternative is actually confronting the queue jumper, and confrontation is not a British strong point.
I was doing a play in New York, and we were in a very touristy shop, trying to buy a very touristy little sort of trinket thing for, I think, one of our nieces or nephews. And it was a very long queue, and someone butted in, and I couldn't. And like my wife was like, "What happened to you? You suddenly went from how we were having a lovely holiday, and you just became Michael Douglas in Falling Down."
Here is a lesson in queue etiquette.
Queue etiquette.
You saw me, I was next. I've been standing here for the past 16 minutes and blah, 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 blah. He was standing behind me, that one came first, blah, 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 blah. Then you serve that person. I mean, am I invisible?
Am I that short? Am I that short?
But then it's a waste of time.
You saw me. You chose to serve me.
Queues are the backbone of British society. In the worst case scenario, when the system breaks down and there is no queue, well, it hardly bears thinking about. It's like Lord of the Flies. issues don't end with the queue. Once you've got to the front of it, there's a whole new set of British problems to deal with.
If you're at the checkout in a supermarket, that can be quite a lengthy process. We're talking about a few minutes here, so you probably do need to get into conversation. I don't really like is when they start asking you questions about yourself. So what are you up to today? I literally have sometimes gone, sorry? I want to go, it's none of your business. It's none of your business. Which is awful, isn't it? Because they're only being friendly.
When all eyes are on you, performance anxiety can kick in.
There's just this pressure of like packing properly and packing quickly, and I can't do any of those things, you know. And so, you know, I just can't handle the pressure. You can see people looking at you, judging you. Why is he putting the fruit with the frozen and stuff like that? Because, you know, you start panicking because you see everybody looking at you, like 6 other people before you have done it on their own, and they've probably got double the amount of shopping.
And of course, the payment process can be complicated.
And there's that thing when you've got to put your code in, you put your debit card in, and people don't really bother, but they were told at one point to not look, so there's an elaborate kind of, I'm just going to go over here and do something for a moment. Have you done that? Yes, then turn now to my duties.
Of course, for Brits, the awkwardness of the supermarket isn't limited to the checkout. The whole experience is fraught with hazards.
You know, when they want to drag you to a demo in the supermarket, the customer questionnaires, they were asking me about my income. I was too awkward to stop it at a certain point. I ended up giving them more information about me than my wife knows.
In supermarket and shopping centre car parks, all the rules go out the window. So people forget how to drive, they don't know how to reverse, people forget how to walk. The amount of times I've been clearly reversing out of a supermarket bay and someone just walks behind you, it's just like, you would not do that on the main road.
It's very unlikely to reverse it on the main road.
Well, getting that. But I get so annoyed at people. People forget.
It's not surprising that supermarkets are a problem for Brits. They're confined spaces where we're competing with strangers to get our business done as quickly and painlessly as possible. A trip to the pub, though ostensibly more fun, offers many of the same pitfalls, as well as a completely different queuing system to navigate.
We are very regimented in our queuing, and I think we get instinctively nervous in pubs because there's not a line of people. It's a mass, it's a melee.
Since opening hours were first regulated in 1872, getting served has taken on an urgency in Britain, and we've had to become experts. On the continent, drinkers can while the night away at their leisure. Over here, with 90% of British pubs still insisting on last orders at 11, once again the Brits are under pressure.
Everybody's looking for that opportunity to move in, just, you know, get a bit of purchase there and edge the other person out.
And some people are better at it than others, you know. It's that sort of lurking nervously behind someone who's getting their drink. Which way are they going to turn, left or right? So you can get your shoulder in and get in there.
I try to edge, so the person who's coming out with the drinks, I deliberately edge.
use that move to physically move myself.
Yeah,
in.
so I edge to the left, so then they've got to spin round to the right, so the person who's to the right of me can't then barge past them because they don't want to knock their drinks. And then I'm slipping round the back and I'm boom, straight in.
It might feel like it's every man for himself, but taking that attitude only makes matters worse.
But woe betide you if someone's been waiting a long time and you just swan in and order a drink. You will get a look, possibly even a tut.
I remember once being at a bar, someone saying, "Can I get you a drink?" and a woman screaming, "I was here before him!" and she like marched around the bar. Yeah, and I just went, "No, I can appreciate that you think that that's the case, but I honestly, I was. Don't you start." 2 people are saying, me and the barman recognised that I was here before you, and in the time we've had this conversation, I could have got my drinks, and he could be serving you. So all you're doing is prolonging this wait for the drink.
The average British drinker has around 300 pints a year. That's a lot to get through, and there's no time to waste. So we become frustrated when we have to wait even longer for our drinks than usual.
You could have a pirate's pick-me-up or a missionary's downfall. A cologne kiss or bingo, a planter's punch that's a real knockout.
Another thing I hate is when you're queuing up for a pint and they all order like the most complicated cocktail and then the barman has to look at the bloody menu to see how to make said cocktail. And then you're there watching him prepare each one, and he's like
chopping mint.
Yeah, chopping mint, setting
Chop
fire.
it before we get there.
Setting fire to an orange or something like that, so it goes blue. And then the bird's like, oh, can I take a photo of it? Don't take a photo of it. We want to get a pint. I think there should be a cocktail bar. There should be so there's like one person, and it just says cocktails above where they stand. And if you want cocktails, you have to go to that bit. Maybe, yeah.
Cocktail hat. They could have all those little umbrellas coming out of it.
So a trip to the bar can be laced with anger and frustration. Brits spend 35 minutes a month waiting to be served. Luckily, we've come up with a uniquely complicated system, not commonly found in the rest of the world, to ensure the burden of buying drinks is spread fairly. But this brings its own pressures.
You don't want to get the reputation of being the last person to buy around. I mean, we spend half the time is spent in pubs laughing at Brian, who's got his wallet out. Oh, blow the cobwebs off, Brian. Oh, that hasn't seen the light of day since 1142.
Although the round system is founded on the British values of etiquette, fairness and money saving, not everyone can be relied upon to stick to the rules.
What I try to do is I have round tactics, so I like to go in, I like to get the first round in, because when you
early doors, let them know you're there.
Let them know you're there, and also as well, it gets slowly busier. I try to get one in before it gets too busy, and then you get your mates who are there, and it's like, God, 25 minutes in queue for that bar. It's like, yeah, good, there's another 4 of you who've got to do this until it gets back round to me.
The other one is if you know you're going somewhere more expensive.
Yeah.
Get the round in the first pub.
I tell you what, I don't like people who come into the pub a little bit later and they can see you've got a full pint and they go to you, oh, you're all right there, are you? And some knowing, like, or hoping that you'll go, well, as you can see, I've literally got a full pint, so I don't need you to get one. But sometimes I like to go, do you know what, I'll have another one. Save me going again, actually. So yeah, you just get that one in.
When fellow drinkers aren't following the rules, Brits use special coded phrases to make sure they pull their weight.
In Britain, whose round is it means it's your round.
I've more or less finished my drink. And you're thinking, someone needs to say this.
Yeah.
So you have to do that thing where you go, oh, I might get another round in. To prompt someone else to go, oh, don't worry, it's my turn.
Yes.
And then if they call your bluff and you've got 2 in a row.
But even when it's scrupulously fair, there are other dangers involved in round buying. During the First World War, legal restrictions were placed on buying rounds to stop excessive drinking hampering the war effort.
The worst thing around is if, you know, the person who's next round is drinking really slowly, or if it's you who's drinking really slowly, because then you don't just downing drinks because you don't want to be the person, you know, not in the round. So basically, everyone ends up drinking at the rate of the alcoholic because they dictate the round. They're like, done. And like, all right, we're all done then. We have to get another drink.
In the round system, it's assumed we'll enjoy at least as many drinks as there are participants. 5 people, 5 pints. Drinking in Britain is all about fairness. We like the idea of paying for what we drink and nothing more. But increasingly, modern pubs and bars are following the example of restaurants by encouraging us to tip, which means the obstacles continue even after you think you've paid.
My dad, bless him, my dad says, well, I only tip someone if the service has been fantastic. And I will tip them accordingly. I will tip them, hey, give me good service, get a good tip.
A tip puts a numerical value on saying thank you, which Brits find awkward and vulgar. Some restaurants try to circumvent this by adding the tip to the bill, but this can cause resentment.
Once I went to this restaurant and there was like the service charge was added to the bill, and I complained because I was in a buffet, and I was saying, I am the service. I've been going up to that table 15 times. Why am I now paying for the service charge? You didn't even give me a plate. The plates were piled up there in the corner.
In other countries, such as America, the idea of tipping is deeply ingrained. But then so are eating contests and wearing a cap backwards. The differences between these systems can prove a culture shock for Brits travelling abroad.
You go up to the States, and I know it's because there's a tipping mentality, but you come back, it takes a good at least 2 or 3 days to get used to our notion of service in comparison to the Americans.
I'll often wrestle bags off a porter Not because I want to carry them, just because it'll save the embarrassment of not knowing how much to give him.
Like when you go to America, you just walk around giving money out all day, don't you? You get out the car and you go and have a $5, and then you get to your hotel. Yeah, I'll go and have another one, and then you get to the checkout or the check-in, and they say, "Would you like Stavros to take you to your room and show you around?" No, I'm fine, but he'll come up anyway, and then he stands there lingering. If I'm with my wife, what I do at that point, I go to the toilet. And then she stands, she plays hell with me. I go to the toilet and I won't even go. I just stand in the bathroom. While she has that awkward minute when he stood there and he gets sent off with nothing. I don't understand tipping, full stop.
So far, we've been looking at the very British problems that trip us up when we leave the house. The main reason Brits do this is to go to work. And the British workplace is a VBP minefield.
I worked at Flower Market, I worked as a steward at a cricket ground.
I was an office manager for a while.
Worked in Dixon's for years.
I worked at Argos on customer returns.
In the council road safety.
88% of Brits say they are happy enough in their jobs, with neither the zealous Protestant work ethic of the Germans nor the siesta-taking habits of the Spanish. This is a very British attitude. But the job itself is irrelevant. The main problem is that you have to do it amongst a group of people you wouldn't choose to spend your day with.
I'm quite prepared to work with people for years, and not even know anything about them, not know their second names. When they leave the office, they can just disappear in a cloud of smoke for all I care. You know, we're not there to make friends, and nobody can force me.
People talk a lot in offices. People like to know each other's businesses in offices. People overshare in offices. I remember sitting next to a woman who told everyone about her prolapse in great detail. She just scooped it back up.
The French keep their workplaces formal, but in a misguided bid to help us all get along, some British employers have taken on the American suggestion of having a work-away day.
Work-away day is probably one of the most painful things for so many British people. It's like 4 days in Aberystwyth, mountain climbing, with people who I wouldn't mind if they died on this mountain. I remember being taken off to the middle of nowhere where we'd all sit in a circle and try to bring up issues in the office we have with each other. That's a recipe for, probably a stabbing. Why are we doing this? I think it's not British. It's anti-British.
Team building aside, perhaps the quickest way to make friends or alienate people in the workplace concerns that most British of all drinks. 70% of us had a cup of tea yesterday, and we all wanted it made slightly differently. Despite how complicated this makes things, in the British workplace, making a cup of tea just for yourself is virtually a sackable offence.
One of the worst things that people do in offices is not give each other the right to make a cup of tea for themselves. You could key their car, you could insult their mother, and they'd probably let it go, but the idea that you're not joining in this kind of blitz spirit at 3 p.m. and making everybody a lovely cup of tea.
But if you walk into the kitchen and think you're really busy and angry, then it looks like you've forgotten. But you haven't, and you're not in a bad mood, you just don't want to make everyone tea.
Brits drink 165 million cups of tea every day, and with this amount of tea to make, you need a system. Office tea and coffee clubs are a very British way of making a pleasant interlude into a problem.
What I hated most about working office is being in the tea and coffee clubs. I don't drink tea or coffee, but I still had to pay £2 a week to go in it. I was on the spreadsheet, and so if I didn't pay it, I had them chasing me up like bailiffs. But normally I only drink like squash or water. If I'm paying £2 a week, which is, I thought, fine, I'll do it. I'll pay the money and I'm part of the gang, right? I'm not drinking it, but I'm going to be the bigger person. But then I used to get sent out to go and buy like 14 pints of milk, tea and coffee and biscuits, and then if I got it wrong, they'd have a go at me. But I didn't even drink it. But you just got to be, it's like a little mafia. It's like FIFA, that office I worked in.
During the Industrial Revolution, bosses banned tea breaks because they thought they made workers slothful. They're probably right. Add up some people's tea breaks over a year and it's like an extra bank holiday, albeit one spent staring at a kettle waiting for it to boil.
Still made tea and coffee just as a time-wasting exercise. I go and get the kettle, empty it, and then fill it with the coldest water I could find to the top, then boil it. Because if you get almost really cold water, that's a good 8-minute boil. And then sometimes I'd even pour it out again halfway through, fill it up again, start again. You can really drag out the tea making and don't have to work.
I worked out very early on that if you can make tea in an office, you can get away with anything. If you're prepared to basically go into that tea room and find 16 mugs and make 16 different cups of tea in all their different variations, if you're the person that remembers that him over there in accounts likes that mug and they like the tea bag just dunked twice, in this country that works far more than having a first-class honours degree. You get away with anything.
So after a year of making endless cups of tea for people you don't get on with, in a job you hate, there must be something to look forward to. Nope, just the peculiarly British hell of the work Christmas party. And its consequences.
Sometimes, after a Christmas party, a form of behaviour becomes a name. So people say, I hope this year no one does a Sheila. Because Sheila's done something last year. No one needs to explain anything else. Everyone knows what doing a Sheila is. I remember once seeing there was a young person who worked at the office who'd partaken of too much booze, and I had a tall boss. And I remember watching her coming down the stairs and used my boss as a pole and pole danced round my boss. Everyone stood around watching this young girl twirl around her boss. And after that, it was called doing a Sheila.
Going for the lunge with someone on a work member who's... It's no worse than when there's that thing of what's been building in your head is a complete opposite to the way they see you. You lean in, you know what I mean, and go for the kiss, and there's that absolute... You know, that sort of... How? How could you think that you stood a chance with me? And it's like, because we chat every day and we talk, and they go, yeah, about stock location. Do you know what I mean? And when you're taking your break, at what point, when did you ever interpret that? As me, you know, seeing beyond this off-putting exterior.
Europeans rarely celebrate Christmas with their colleagues. They'll go for a meal at most, and they're baffled by the bacchanalian extremes the British go to. Christmas hangover recovery time costs British companies well over £100 million a year.
Work dues, we trash places. We had some humdingers, you know what I mean? I have a picture of me being spanked by a woman dressed as a Nazi. It was a different age, wasn't it, when it was acceptable to go out dressed as Hitler.
So the British workplace is a minefield of problems. We spend our working hours drinking tea and hating our colleagues before ruining our career by doing a Sheila at the Christmas party, all while working longer hours than even the Germans. Clearly we all need a holiday, but of course the consequence of leaving the house for pleasure is a whole new set of VBPs. The first of which is working out how to dress ourselves suitably.
What's annoying about this is you can't tell what it's going to be like outside, and often in the morning I will open the front door and just stand there outside for 10 seconds just so I don't go out dressing for weather 20 degrees warmer than it actually is. You know, if you live in Alaska, it's cold and it's snowy, and you just dress for it. Here, it's mucking with your head.
Well, Professor, as a weather expert, what can we hope for the future? Well, according to my calculations, we're in for a long, dry spell.
Going out, once again, we're back to my family, my wife, we're leaving the house, my wife will say, is it cold? And I'll say, well, like you, I haven't been out yet, so I don't know. Oh, okay, do you think I'll need this? Once again, I haven't been outside yet, I've got no more information than you. I can look on the news if you want. I'll put my hand out the window. Do you want me to go in the garden? I'll come back. I'll go to the garden and put, no, I just want to know if it's cold out. Yeah, I cannot tell you if it's cold out because I don't know yet. Let me go in the garden, I'll come back. Go down the garden, I'll come back. Yeah, it's a little bit cold. Should I wear this coat? I don't know, because I don't know how warm that makes you, okay? It's as cold as, it's like a kind of mid-April cold. Is it going to wane? I don't know if it's going to wane. Let me look on my phone, I'll tell you if it's going to wane. There's a chance it's going to wane. That's the worst, if there's a chance. If there's a chance of something, because how do you prepare for a chance?
It's challenging, as anyone who's ever smelt a wet espadrille will tell you. In 2009, the Met Office even had to withdraw its seasonal forecast because the British weather is just too unpredictable. The only thing for it is to be prepared for whatever might hit you once you set foot out of the front door.
You have to be prepared for every single weather eventuality that might happen. They have a pack-a-mac for rain showers, a fleece, stout walking boots for rain, shorts that zip off to make full trousers.
In the summer in Britain, you can't just go out in shorts and T-shirts, it's too risky. You sort of got to, like, jumper in the bag, the raincoat just in case it rains, but just thin, just thin one.
Yeah, a brolly, a Macintosh, a T-shirt, shorts, flip-flops and hiking boots. That's what you got to leave with, just to get through one day.
I remember walking down the street and there was a guy walking. He had a vest on, shorts and some flip-flops. In his hand, he was carrying some jeans and a hoodie, and he had a bag, Timberland boots in it. And I was intrigued. I was like, dude, why have you got that for? And he's looked up and went, yo, I don't trust this man. And just carried on walking.
But any preparation goes straight out of the window at the first sign of sun. Our long winters and the fear that it could start raining again at any minute means the British get very overexcited by a sunny day.
The thing about England is when a bit of sun comes out, people go mad. You're walking about with jeans on, no top on, and it's 11 degrees and drizzly.
I love those people when it's the first, in like the spring, it's like April, May, it's the first hot day, and everyone will be like, beer garden, beer garden! And then the sun goes down, and the temperature drops about 5, and they're in the beer garden, and they're like flip-flops, just like shivering over them.
There's some difficulty in deciding what constitutes appropriate summer clothing for British men in particular. They used to roll up their trousers, fashion themselves an origami sun hat, and be done with it. But not anymore.
British people are really bad at putting off a summer outfit. As soon as the sun even peaks behind a cloud in March, I see men in shorts and hairy legs going down the street. Unbelievable.
British men, hot weather and shorts is a deeply unpleasant combination. British men cannot do shorts in any sort of stylish way. We can't handle the footwear required. We've got pasty legs, hairy. It's just
Of course, dressing appropriately for the British weather is of the utmost importance if you're actually holidaying in Britain. As an island race who built, then lost an empire, for centuries the British would only go abroad to conquer somewhere or get shot at. So historically, we've convinced ourselves there was plenty to enjoy at home, whatever the evidence to the contrary.
Childhood holidays for me were Butlins and Pontins, and the kind of places that the only thing they had going for them was that holiday camp. It would rain for the entire 7 days until the car park would just fill up with water. And you'd go and buy nets on the end of sticks and hoping there would be a fish in there.
When you're 7, 8, 9, you don't really know what a holiday is. Your only experience of it is what you've done, and it's only now when I look back that I realise that my mum and dad were taking us to what I can only describe as a shithole. Like, it wasn't even a caravan park. It was this guy, Mr. Beale, who would just, my dad would give him like 20 quid and let us pitch our caravan and the awning on this wasteland of mud. And the big thing with Dad say, oh, it's got a swimming pool. It's got a swimming pool. And I only realise now that what he had was a concrete structure which sat above the ground that he would just fill with a hose. And I learned to swim in that pool.
Being creatures of habit, once a holiday location has been identified, the British will return to the same place every single year, regardless of suitability.
We went on holiday every year to the same farmhouse in Scotland, because once you've found somewhere you like, why change? We would go to the beach every day. Didn't matter if it was 10 degrees, because we were on holiday. My mother would make us swim in the sea. It might have been the Irish Sea. It was a very cold sea. The same sea that if oil riggers fall in it, they have a survival suit. We had a swimming costume from VHS, and my mum would take a picture of us and shout things like, smile, it looks like you're not enjoying yourself, as our lips gradually turned blue.
A holiday must be a change from the ordinary routine. The opportunity of coming into contact with scenes and sounds that are unusual, not to say entrancing.
The experience of being away from home provides the Brits with an opportunity to sample the exotic.
Self-catering, of course. So it wasn't much of a holiday for my mum, because there were 5 of us and 2 dogs. She used to go into Marks and Spencer's, very posh, and get a can of chicken in a white sauce. And she'd go, "I'm not cooking tonight, we're having chicken in a tin." And genuinely, that was really exciting because it was like a space food. Because we didn't have microwaves, it was chicken in a tin.
But even the Brits can only put up with so much Britishness.
One year, it rained solid for a week. And basically, it was me, my mum and dad, and my two sisters playing Uno for a week, you know, and then occasionally a game of rummy. And my mum said, that's it, we are saving up and we're going to go to the south of France.
These days, cheap airfares mean that nearly 60% of Brits decide they don't need to put up with our unexciting holiday locations and unpredictable weather, and instead choose to holiday abroad. But if you're going to take the leap of faith and leave our borders, it's crucial to be prepared for even more eventualities.
Going on holiday is, I can't pack light, basically. I can't pack light.
Relaxation is not the point of a holiday. Preparation is the point of a holiday.
When visiting abroad, the British do so in the certain knowledge that foreigners do things the wrong way, and that their countries are not equipped to meet our needs.
You can always identify British people due to each of them have a rucksack, both rucksacks, because both have separate things. The woman probably has got the medicines in it. Because clearly when you go abroad, and this is very important, abroad people don't have the same medicines we do. Woman's got the medicines, and the man's got the man things. So he's got the camera, he's got the wallet, he's got the maps, he's got the spare jumpers, the jumpers, 3 phones, everything, credit card, emergency numbers, laminated plan, emergency contacts, the number of the embassy, bottled water. She can't drink water abroad, can you? My goodness.
Ramon's one for that. She thinks that an iron is something that was invented in Britain. You know what I mean? And is ostensibly only used in Britain. I think mentally there really should be some kind of government-aided support group for people who pack a travel iron.
Above all, it's important to leave room in your suitcase for some British food. Foreign cuisine could be too spicy, too raw, or contain the wrong parts of an animal, so it's best not to take the risk.
Whenever I go abroad, even though I wanna integrate into the culture, I can't help but want British things.
I have taken British food on holiday. I like to take English mustard on holiday, essential.
I sometimes take my own tea bags.
And Heinz baked beans, you have to have a couple of cans in wherever you are, because you can't get those in the Philippines.
There's one food in particular that Brits keep close to them at all times.
I have taken Marmite all over the world.
Yes, a super salty food paste made out of the slop left over from making beer has never really caught on overseas. In fact, Marmite recently launched a mini 70-gram jar, so British air passengers can take it in their hand luggage after learning it was one of the most confiscated items at airports.
If I was going to go somewhere for a while, I would definitely take Marmite because it's just... I like that kind of thick, acrid, tar-like flavour. Sometimes you need savoury, and there isn't any portable savoury other than Marmite.
Being proud of their own levels of preparation, the British are suspicious of laissez-faire foreigners who seem utterly unprepared for anything.
If you see kind of Italian or French people, you ever just wander out in shorts or a t-shirt, maybe a wallet, maybe a pair of socks, nothing else though.
All bets are off in Spain when the locals get to the beach. They do what they want. Just a towel. So they take. Mum's got a cooler bag, table and chairs. It's so British. We've got this is our little area on the beach, and the Spanish are laying down.
One thing the British are never prepared for is the sun. Britons have traditionally accepted sunburn as a natural part of any holiday. Protecting yourself is a sign of weakness. The empire wasn't built by men wearing factor 50.
What I love on lads' holidays is they always get sunburned, blood red. I've been there as well, proper sunburn. But they won't, if they do by the end of the holiday decide to put sun cream on, they'll do their face and their front and their legs, but there'll be one part, the lower back, because they can't reach it. God forbid, you can't lie on a beach and ask your mate to put sun cream on your lower back. If there's no girl there, then just lads will not, there's not a conversation that happens, so just let them burn.
Being an island nation, separate and different from the rest of Europe, the British are proud to broadcast our nationality. And as we can't usually converse in the local language, we have to find other ways.
I don't quite know of any other country that goes away feeling the need to point out the nationality, as if the salmon pink arms and the burnt forehead isn't enough to tell people.
But sometimes the desire to get an all-over tan can lead to another, far more awful consequence than the risk of skin cancer: embarrassment.
My family took a holiday to Mallorca, and one day we took a day trip to a beautiful beach, found a lovely spot, lay down, looked over, and there was a woman sunbathing topless. And it was my brother's high school teacher. And she looked over at my brother and went, "Oh my God!" and covered up her boobs instantly. But it was way too late. My brother had seen it all. It was just hilarious because she had to go back and teach him for another 3 years.
So what have we learned? From the moment you step out of the front door in inappropriate clothing, you'll have to contend with queues, ungrateful drivers and office politics before getting away from it all by taking a jar of Marmite on your summer holiday. I'd just stay at home if I were you. Britain, the home of the British. 65 million of us, bound together by the love of a nice grab bag of crisps, a brisk walk in the fresh air, and pretending we're busy so we don't have to see our friends. Our history and culture are the envy of the rest of the world. But our weird behaviour and complicated social codes leave other nations utterly baffled. Yes, prince or pauper, publican or politician, we all spend every waking moment flustered, flummoxed and frustrated by very British problems. If you've ever been too polite to recline your seat in an aeroplane, shown how much you liked someone by insulting them, or lost sleep over who will be sat next to at a wedding, then don't panic. These are very British problems, and you are not alone.
It's ridiculous. But we do it. We do it because we're British.
In this series, we'll take a look at the hidden codes that citizens of this island are somehow hardwired to follow.
We fear looking arrogant.
I'm just terrified I'm going to see the wrong thing.
Please, don't make a scene. It's fine.
And we'll investigate the logic behind our bizarre British behaviour.
Ooh, weird little sprites, you.
Yes, okay, we've got problems, but they're our problems. Very British problems.
British and I fucking love tradition.
In this episode, we'll take a look at where it all went wrong for us. Our school days. We'll focus our microscope onto those crucial years that turn us from friendly 5-year-olds to awkward 18-year-olds. The very birthplace of our very British problems. The earliest lesson us Brits take home from school and never quite shake off is the vital importance of not drawing attention to yourself. So next time you're stood staring awkwardly at your feet, you can trace it right back to the playground, because school is all about running with the crowd.
School isn't about lessons in Britain. School is about dealing with the playground. It's about walking in and being able to join in with 6 or 7 of the pretty girls.
The worst thing that my mum ever did to me throughout the whole time I went to school is, the very first day I started, she got me the official school bag. Big no-no, absolute big no-no. If you are in the years above and you've got a group of new Year 7s coming in and you want to know which ones to pick on, the ones with the official school bag. I had it one day and I got called geek and everything.
Don't listen to them, I'm sure you look very smart. In Germany, kids on their first day at school get a cone full of sweets. Here, you're more likely to get a dead arm.
What I do think is problematic is going to the local comprehensive when you've got a private school accent, because I turned up there with, hello, hoping to make some new friends here at Hazelwick, and then I got spat at. You know, I wish somebody had sat down to me going, look man, I'm gonna be honest with you, you are so punchable right now, it's unbelievable. You taking a briefcase in? Are you mental, mate?
Even being a vegetarian, you know, my mum made me hummus and avocado sandwiches. And the girls were like, why can't you have ham and cheese? You know, like, I failed on the sandwich criteria.
In September, 650,000 budding Brits begin their school careers. They arrive with one name, but they often leave with another.
A friend of mine who had a nickname at school, he's now in his 30s and people still know him by this nickname. It's a nickname that he picked up on the first day of school. He was 13 years old. He's got a wife, he's got kids, he's got a job, but he is still known by everyone as Skids, because when he got to school, they found out that his older brother, who had left the school 3 years ago, someone had found skid marks in his older brother's pants. So the minute he arrived, he was already Skids. His life had already been laid out in front of him. Brutal.
This British tradition of giving nicknames goes back to before 1066, when ordinary folk didn't have surnames. Without nicknames, it would have been hard to tell people apart. 13th century records mention men known as Bad in the Head, Rotten Herring, and Always Drunk.
I realised recently how not many of my friends call me by my real name. I've had a lot of things like, why does that person call you Minky? I don't know, to be honest.
I think it's very British to give nicknames, normally not very nice ones. Fat German is one of mine. So fat, look like German.
Friends call me the Calmanator.
Used to call me Jaffa Cake Nips. Jaff Nips. Because, you know, when you go through puberty, you get big nips.
I was terrible at sports, to the point where I got nicknamed Bentfoot.
My brother had a spotted back, he was dartboard back. Horrible, isn't it? And Joe was dog shit breath, because once he had bad breath. That stuff follows you about. Dog shit especially.
Kids, if they're being horrid, you just go and tell your teacher. Unless your teacher's going to give you a nickname too, of course.
I was, like, huge as a kid, like, really fat. I did judo classes at school. There was only one other kid that was big enough to support me. He's this big, fat, white guy, and whenever we were sparring, they said, right, coffee and cream to the mat. It's racially unacceptable, but at the time, we all didn't think anything of it. It's like, it's really funny, we've got a nickname, Coffee and Cream. It's weird, actually, because whenever anyone else was fighting, everyone fought, and then we were the last bout, and it would just be us. I'm starting to think now I talk about it, it was just a spectacle thing, like, oh, guys, sit round, Coffee and Cream are going to fight. Look at these two fat pricks.
Muted the whole time, my bad.
There's one consolation, though. If you started off anonymous amongst a sea of other Daves, you're going to be more memorable as the only nobby. In fact, earning a nickname is often schoolboy code for we like you, and probably means you've acquired yourself a few mates.
Hey!
Nicknames are affectionate for British people because it's like, oh, you know, only mock you because I like you. But there's nothing nice about being called Jaffa Cake Nips, is there? I think think I'd rather not be liked than people shout Jaff nips at me. Wouldn't you?
You've come to school to learn, so you might think you'd be rewarded and respected for doing well at it. Nope, not in Britain.
It's quite an interesting point where you decide as a youngster, do you want to be cool or do you want to be clever? Now, I always thought it was cool to be clever. It's not, as it turns out.
When you're a teenager, you kind of expected to be quite cool about school. You kind of expected to be a bit disdainful and a bit rebellious and not want to obey the rules. I never got that memo. So I was that really annoying girl in the class who was always sort of going, me, I know. Actually, I've read this, and actually I read something else about that, which you didn't even ask us to read, but I just sort of read it.
UK school, you learn how not to look like you're actually trying. If you're like this all day long, you'll be murdered at lunchtime by the rest. You'll be dragged down to the bottom of the playground and murdered.
Showing up your peers who might happen to be a bit less academic is a surefire means to make yourself unpopular. In fact, as we grow up, we find the way to win hearts may be to do completely the opposite.
Compared to a lot of other cultures, we don't sort of celebrate cleverness. It's almost seen to be a suspicious thing. I mean, I remember Princess Di used to joke the whole time about how she hadn't got any O levels. It was sort of, she was really, you know, it was like she was quite proud of it.
So, you can pretend to be dumb to become popular. Well, some of you won't have to pretend, but how else can you win friends and influence people in a British school? Easy. Impress everyone with your sporting prowess.
In my school, the things that you were celebrated for were rugby and cricket.
Didn't learn fuck all at all other than playing football.
I was like, when I get into the top year, I'm going to get into the football team. And a bloody American guy turned up who was really good at soccer. So he got into the team and I didn't. But it's fine, I'm over it. It hurts me every day.
Oh.
Although being good at sports is a definite advantage, 30% of British school children don't enjoy physical education at all. Maybe because it can sometimes be physically dangerous.
Goalposts used to have, for the nets, used to have these little hooks all the way up the post. And I climbed onto the crossbar, and then when I got down, I slid down the post, which was just sliding all the way through the hooks, and I split the scrotum apart, and my testicle fell onto the turf.
And people thought it was a rugby ball and ran off with it and scored a try.
The golfer came along. Mr. Magoo came along and smacked him with a golf club.
I think that's an interesting
Bum, bum, ba, da. Very good. We're slowly climbing.
Watch. So I can't go up your legs and then,
It's just awful. You know, you wear it, particularly if you're my size, because you're not going to find anything that fits. So I can remember playing rounders in like a 3/4 length cut off.
All right. We've listened to British Life for 3 hours. Whoa! This. 6 months ago. This was 6 months ago.
Peace and love, party people. I am Talib Kweli. You are now checking out the world's best podcast, The People's Party. I am your host. We are downtown New York City in Greenwich Village in the legendary Blue Note. This is my home. I do have a residency here that we are setting up for, as you see, the instruments and everything. Shout out to the Whiskey Boys. Shout out to my man Seth Bird in the house. And I'm shouting Seth out because next week at my residency, I have a lot of luminaries in the house. Michelle Ndegecello, Bob James, Slick Rick, Rakim, and the almighty DMC from Run DMC. And shout out to my man.
I just was like, I kind of forgot about what I was going to do.
It's called The Spot.
It'll probably hit me here in a bit, but I got to make some food, at least something.
And it's got augmented reality, which is crazy.
Give me
And
a second,
speaking
I'm
of DMC, Seth, I want the people to see, if you could take your phone out and show them, if y'all see the back of this jacket, you see who is that? It's the King DMC, right? Now we got DMC rapping from the back of the jacket. Today's episode is one of my favorite. I already know I'm calling it that I'm ever going to do because this gentleman today is one of my favorite human beings and one of the most influential comedians of a generation. And he's so good at comedy that he has even elevated to the status of one of the greatest journalists of all time. His integrity is unmatched. He is an actor, a director, an author. He carried us through pivotal cultural moments, from the difficult aftermath of 9/11 through the Iraq War, through the presidencies of George Bush and Barack Obama. And he did it all with humor. He cut his teeth in the New York City comedy circuit right around the corner from here at the Comedy Cellar. He has shows on TV from short attention span theater to The Daily Show, and now he is the host and the creator of one of my favorite shows, The Problem. He has appeared in movies such as Big Daddy and Death to Smoochie and Half Baked, classics. And when he gets to do his own thing and do it his way, he writes and produces and directs movies like Rosewater and Irresistible, a 22-time Primetime Emmy winner, 2 Grammy Awards, the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor Award winner. He is a man of the people in the most sincere way, an incredibly successful artist who uses his well-earned celebrity privilege to uplift others. I admire this man tremendously. I feel fortunate to consider him a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Jon Stewart is in the place to be.
Man.
What up, what up?
Oh my God.
How you feeling?
If I had known that was coming, honestly, I'd have showered.
You look great.
I'd have dressed up.
This is your The Problem outfit.
Yeah, this is the outfit since 9th grade. So that's the privilege of show business, as you know, is we get to just exist as we are.
Especially post-pandemic.
Post-pandemic, that's exactly right.
That's the
I'd like
sweet
to
spot.
say that this was caused by the pandemic, but unfortunately, this is caused by my lack of flavor.
Well, it's good to see you, John.
It's really good to see you, man.
Well, you were the host of The Daily Show.
Yep.
A staff member had a dog named Kweli.
That's right.
That's right. And
Justin had a dog named Kweli. The sweetest dog, too. It was a golden retriever.
I don't know how I feel about him.
No, man. A very influential dog. A lot of the dogs now will look back and say, Kweli was the one. He came up with the whole lying under the desk thing, which now dogs, you'll see that everywhere now.
The OG Kweli.
The OG
dog.
Kweli.
Now, you and I got to know each other. Well, I've known you for years. We got to know each other sharing time in Yellow Springs.
Yes.
Around Dave Chappelle and crew.
Yes.
During the lockdown, the first lockdown. Before that, Dayton Strong.
Yes.
Dayton Strong.
Yeah.
The benefit.
Some incredible moments.
Yeah, man. Shout out to
we've
Dave
shared
Chappelle.
together. But the one thing I liked about Yellow Springs was, like everything else in the pandemic, so much of the confusion and noise of everything else kind of fell away, and we all had time to really get with each other in that sort of, it was like a quiet space.
Right.
But I'd been so long at that time without, so the talks we had meant a lot to me. They were like nourishment.
Yeah.
You know, because it just was a really isolating time. And so being able to connect over that period was really beneficial.
Till Mo Armour got everybody sick of COVID. Mo Armour's fault. But I remember when I saw you, when you got to Yellow Springs, it took you a minute because we had been there. We had been getting tested 2-3 times a day. We'd been partying together. We formed this little bubble, and John came in like this with his mask on. Like, it took you like hours to take off your mask.
For months.
You were like this.
Because I'd been that guy like for months with the Lysol wipes. Like I'd go to the grocery store and bring I'd be with apples, like bleaching them. Like I was just in that mindset of, it was before, and you know, I'm in that age demographic where they'd be like, if you get it, say your goodbyes.
Right.
'Cause I was saying to them, like, I hadn't had a conversation in months where I had to turn my head.
Right.
Like the idea that we were, and these guys, you're doing Midnight Miracle.
Which you've been
Yassine
on
was in
several
Spain.
episodes, by the way, of this podcast. Thank you for that.
No, my pleasure.
Yeah, thank
Yassine
you.
was in Spain, so he's up on the board. Kwali, Dave, Mo is there, and we're all just talking, and my head's moving around, and I felt naked. Like it still felt very vulnerable, and it took me a bit.
Yes. Thank you for doing Half Baked. You're one of my favorite characters out of many. Red Team Goes.
You know,
classic cinema.
I can't go to a Denny's at 3 o'clock in the morning without somebody bringing that up.
We used to do that. We used to look at those $20 bills back in the day. That's real.
And there is some shit back there.
There's some shit.
Yeah. If you really, that's right. You fold it up right. It could be. That's right. You get all kinds of things.
Shout out to the legendary City Gardens in Trenton, New Jersey. Now, you were a busboy, and you named your production company Busboy Productions.
Yeah.
Because of your vast experience.
My vast experience
at
as a
busboying.
producer. Yeah. Well, it was,
Yeah, what did you learn?
Well, none of this idea of show business, this was a different era. This was, the 70s and 80s. I did not come from a family rich in theater.
I straight woofed, like, I just slapped some sliced meat on some wheat bread, and I just housed the Sammy. No condiments or anything. It was a quick draw. Even though I was gone a bit, but I just needed something.
Theatrical tradition. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a
share that.
scientist. Yeah.
My mom's a teacher as well.
Meaningful.
Yeah.
When your mom's a teacher,
Yes.
The idea of possibilities did not really enter into my mindset. I worked there was a dive bar up on Route 1 in Trenton called The Bottom Half. To give you a sense of the flavor of the neighborhood, I got the job there from my classmate that I went to high school with, Vinny Regolia, and his father, Vinny Regolia. This is Iran hostage crisis era, so everybody had on the Ayatollah Assahola shirts. Like, this is where I come from. And this place in Trenton called City Gardens, which was a punk club. Rough area down on Calhoun Street, but it had the best shows. Bad Brains was like the house band, Dead Kennedys, Black Flag, like the best punk shows I'd ever seen. So I got a job there bartending. When you're living in that area, like, your life is, you go to the tavern on Fridays, you go to the tavern earlier because you just got paid, and
Belgium,
you just wait. Like, you get your beers and you wait till you turn into the 70-year-old guy who's at the other side of the bar. And City Gardens was the first place that I got into that reeked of possibility, that just the creative energy rolling through that place, and the violence, but also that feeling of, like, you don't have to fucking stay here. You can try something. And that was the impetus to, I never thought, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go into show business.
Right. There's something about the ethos of those punk bands and Jello Biafra and Henry Rollins and all these guys at this time, and the stuff they were writing, Operation Ivy and stuff. And I know about this stuff because the white kids who I hung out with were listening to this stuff.
Right.
And I heard myself in that stuff, and they heard themselves in hip hop. And it was a good cultural exchange, specifically with the bands that you're talking about.
Hip hop, especially in those early days, and now, there was such viscera to it. Like, you felt it in your bones, and that's what punk felt like. The drive of it, the inspiration of it, all those.
Yeah,
things.
you can throw the spears. I don't plan to run away.
It felt very DIY. Like, it didn't feel like you had to be a Juilliard kid. It didn't. Like, it felt like you just had to be somebody who felt something.
Right.
And hip hop felt like that too. Like, you're a kid that feels something, express yourself.
Right.
And that's what the punk movement was. And I knew I didn't have that talent, but I felt something.
Hip hop, it was fuck the police, and punk rock, it was Nazi punks, fuck off.
Yeah, or fuck your parents.
Yeah, or fuck
it
your
was
parents.
that. It was more like, it was white kids.
Right.
Fuck your parents.
Right.
Fuck the system.
Angst.
Fuck the school.
Right.
Yeah.
We're right around the corner from Comedy Cellar.
Yeah.
Very, very important place in New York City comedy and comedy world. You were the last performer at the Comedy Center every night for a while, right?
Yeah, it was. So I was working at, I don't even know if the restaurant's still there, and maybe you guys saw it down on McDougal Street, Panchitos.
Panchito, the Mexican spot.
Little Mexican spot. So that's where I was busboy.
I actually know about the spot. I wasn't profiling the spot because it was called Panchito.
Yeah, it was, you know, what was passing for Mexican food in New York City in 1985 and 1986.
Right. Like in Brooklyn, we had Chi-Chi's.
Yeah, similar, same shit. So I was working down there, and the Comedy Cellar was half a block up. And I knew from just being around the scene a little bit that, like, that was the spot. All the guys that I respected, all the guys that I wanted to watch would roll through there. But it wasn't like it was today. It started at 9 and rolled till the last person left. It wasn't like now you go in there, it's 3 shows a night, they're packed, they're rolling it in, and it's a factory.
Yeah, it's like a tourist destination.
Right. So I started working there, and I wasn't good enough to do weekends because that's where, you know, they pay the comics. But during the week, I was good enough for a plate of hummus. That's how you judge your career. Like,
plate of hummus.
I was good enough. Mamoons, there you go. Mamoons, and that was, so Mamoons is the falafel place next door. It's this little hole in the wall that's probably still there today.
They're still there. Started in Connecticut.
What? It's a franchise?
It's a franchise, 2 of them. we grew up.
He's
up
shocked.
in Greenwich Village. We ate a lot of Mamoons because it was vegan and we was health conscious. It was like $1.25 for the falafels.
And it was open was the key.
24/7.
No, man, that was my go-to. So I'd work for my plate of food, and then on the way home, I'd get my Mamoons, and that was breakfast the next day. And then I would go to work at the restaurant, and that was my lunch. Like, because, you know, when you're struggling, because it, you know, even though the city back in the 80s was like, it was rough, it still costs money to live here.
That's right.
And so wherever you could cut that corner, you stretch it. But it was, I mean, that was the time of my life. I mean, it was, I can remember walking home at 4 o'clock in the morning from a good night of getting 15 minutes on stage in front of the wait staff and some drunk Norwegian sailors at, you know, 3 in the morning at the Comedy Cellar, and just thinking I was the luckiest motherfucker to walk the earth. Like, it was just, it was the best.
Shout out to the Cellar. Now, you have gone on from doing that to when you finally got to The Daily Show, there was something special going on. It's like you had this magic touch. It's like people, everybody who came through that after you got on it, Sam B, John Oliver, Stephen Colbert, Trevor Noah, became really, really trusted sources of news. What do you think that was? And is that always a good thing?
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, authority hopefully is always earned. So whatever somebody gets in terms
a good
of
way
trust,
of saying it.
But as we see now in the landscape, trust is a fungible commodity. You know, it means something in different communities than it means to others. Like when people say they don't trust the media, it's sort of a meaningless phrase, because if you watch Fox, you don't trust CNN. But if you watch CNN, you don't trust Newsmax. And if you watch Newsmax, you don't trust OAN. You know, it's fiefdoms. You know, it's feudalism. And in some ways that competition has been healthy, and in other ways it's been devastating.
Right.
But the one thing I will say about the people that rolled through there is what they had was talent and integrity.
Integrity.
And those two things together can be a powerful cocktail to whoever becomes their audience. What I mean by that is when you see a lot of the media, it's a cynical pursuit. And I don't think anybody in that building, contrary to what the reputation of comedy might be, was cynical. It was idealistic. No one was saying things solely for the click or to make the money or to flatter a particular ideological mindset. And it was exciting. It was collaborative. What I love about what we do is the collaboration. It's you can't, that moment of inspiration, that moment of creation, that moment of collaboration, it's a drug. And you chase the dragon to get to that moment. My favorite parts of the show were never the show. My favorite parts of the show were 10 o'clock in the morning in a room with a bunch of fucking idiots coming up with something and laughing and feeling that surge of adrenaline that you feel in creation. Like I know you feel when you collaborate you know, with all your different partners.
My
That's
God,
exactly
what the
right,
fuck?
Which is why my engineer is not even financially responsible for me to have him here.
I don't think I want to do this. The onslaught mission is ridiculous.
And I need him here just in case we need to
I
collaborate.
haven't gotten
But you
one.
brought that energy, and I
Not
want to talk
even
about
one.
the problem later, but I just wanted to note, because of what you just said, that is obviously, from what you're saying, the reason why you've included that. You show that that's a big part of the problem, is showing the collaboration.
Yeah.
And showing how
Okay, we can do this.
So, you know, I
This
appreciate
was
it.
so hard, man.
And it's always been, I've always felt that way in a creative pursuit, that having a clarity of vision, having a clarity of intention is really important, but having a flexibility of process is more important. And the process dictates the product.
Yeah.
Always.
I was in South Africa recently. I've been there a bunch of times. Every time I go to South Africa, if I'm in Johannesburg, I go to Soweto every time. And anyone who has not been to Soweto and not gone to see the landmarks and the history and things that went down there, I encourage you. It's a very important trip. But Trevor Noah's from there. His grandmother's still there. And so his story is so inspirational.
Yeah.
I mean, Born a Crime, I know that's the title of his book, but I mean, that's just such a ill way to be born. Right. You know, and he's so amazing. And I think people realize that now, but I remember when The Daily Show when you were about to leave, Trevor Noah had done some stuff with The Daily Show, but it was a surprise.
I've been chasing that cat for years.
Okay, that's what it was. I wanted to find out, how did you choose Trevor Noah to?
I just saw a clip of him, man. You know, the process at the show was always, you know, one of the reasons why I left was I could no longer figure out how to aerate the soil. Like you know, so much of that show was about the evolution of it.
I got a stick
and all the
nearby.
different ways you could think of to try and make it a little bit better than the day before, or take it to a higher ground. So we were always looking at tapes of talented people that we thought we might be able to put into that kind of alchemy and create something new, bring some oxygen to the place, inspiration. Because whenever you're doing something, like our process had to be like very routinized, because it's a factory in a lot of ways. We had to
He's
bring
pushing
sunlight
it
into the factory. And one day, you know, we were sitting in a room and people were just popping tapes in, and they pop in a tape of this young comic. He's up on stage, and the bit he did was so thoughtful and nuanced and clear. I mean, charisma, like dimples and shit.
Right.
That you see, you know, that you can check out even on VHS.
Right.
That's not hard.
Right.
You don't need 4K, but the mindset. 30 seconds into it, I go, that dude could do my job.
Wow.
You just see it. I said, can we call him and ask him, you know, is he around? They didn't want to come in, and I didn't know anything about him, so we called up, and I thought, John Stewart, I'm gonna drop a call into this young man living in South Africa, and it's gonna blow his fucking mind. I called him, and he was like, yeah, no. I've got a tour, and I'm doing Dubai, and I was just like, wait, I'm sorry? And then I like
Three
checked in, and I was
pallies
like, oh, this
and
guy
a
is
warrior.
a monster
And a druid,
on
that's
the
funny.
road.
Right.
And he's got a huge flourishing career, and he's doing and he's a star.
Star internationally.
International star, and it's that United States solipsistic, ethnocentric, you know, all in the head, like, but I'm the United States.
Right.
I'm offering you a position on the basic of cables. You know, and Trevor's like, motherfucker, like I could buy your show.
Right.
You know, he went off and he was doing his thing, and I always said to him, just whenever you're in town, just come by and hang out. And he came by and he hung out one day, and we talked a bit, and we came up with a little bit for him to do on the show, and he did it. He did a few other things, and I think he was looking to kind of settle in for a little bit. And at that time, I knew I was leaving, and I knew he was someone that I thought could have a real potential to not do the same thing I did, because what's the point of that? But to take the foundation of it and create something special beyond it, and that's what he did.
I love what Trevor Noah has done. I love his run. I'm excited to see where he's going to go next.
Yeah.
I saw you show love to Leslie and the people, some of the other hosts.
She's so good.
The most hosted show on network is what they're calling it now?
It's the most hosted show there is. You know what Leslie showed me, though?
What?
And it's something that after doing it for so long was something you forget so easily, and that is the importance of joy.
Joy.
She just brought so much joy to the table.
She did.
And that It's such a because sometimes we squeeze that shit so hard.
Yeah.
And that you take all the joy out of it, and you lose that sense of mischief. And I just loved how she brought that in.
I want to thank you for somehow finding the joy to do it for what, 20 years? How long did you do it for?
17 years.
17 years.
17 years.
On The Daily Show.
Yeah,
What
that's,
fun.
yeah, I can remember during the run of George Bush, like, I remember looking in the mirror one day and going, like, look at what the fuck happened to me. And then I remember looking at him and go, like, and this motherfucker's just getting younger. And he's the president. So that's when I was thinking, you know, the presidency should always age the president, not the people. But that, and unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way.
Well, one of the most pivotal, important moments on The Daily Show, and for me, and for a lot of people, I'm sure, is the first show back after 9/11. You said something that resonated. One of your first memories is Dr. King being murdered, and you were 5 years old.
Yeah.
And you talked about the first responders being sort of the tangible, even if for a temporary moment, version of what Dr. King's dream was supposed to be about.
Right.
We didn't judge people by their skin, by their religion, where they're from, their creed, whatever. If you showed up in that moment, you were judged by your actions.
Right.
And you were moved to tears when you spoke on this.
Right.
In 2004, I performed, thanks to my partner Donna, I performed at a benefit thrown by John Field, the Feel Good Foundation.
Oh, okay.
You know, and so we have a connect there.
Yeah, yeah. He's a beast.
He's a beast for 9/11 first responders.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
This in 2019, you had a speech that went viral. That some people like to credit or think helped with the passing of the Victims Compensation Fund reauthorization. This is activism.
Right.
Did you have an activist background before you started doing this type of stuff?
No. And you know, look, it's
Ooh,
some of it is learning. Some of it is awakening. Some of it is trying to deal with your own blind spots. Like, I'm a comic. Comics are detached. We stand in the back and we don't participate.
You said we're in the back of the class throwing spitballs.
Yeah, man.
Which is an apt metaphor.
You don't participate because
God damn it.
participating is.
Seth MacFarlane said, "I'm not the hero. I'm the guy in the crowd making fun of the hero shirt."
Done.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And he did that, and he said that as a talking dog.
Yes.
That's the part that is the best part.
Right.
But yeah, that's exactly right. And it sometimes takes humbling to understand, because it's also, I don't like performative activism.
That's right.
I've never been a fan of the activism that draws attention but without regard for outcome, that and can be antithetical to the aims of what you're trying to do. But I've been judgmental. The show has always been my contribution, right? So when we first were trying to get it passed in 2010, we did episodes on it. Shane, you know, the idea would be, if my contribution would be to provide some minor air cover for those in the trenches who are actually fighting. But after that, I got involved with John and started to meet these guys and go down to Washington, because they had to renew it in 5 years, and these guys that were sick and dying had to go down to Washington. And I became more familiar with the path that they had to walk on to provide for those that were too sick to walk on it, couldn't go down there. And I saw the grind, like the grind that we appreciate for our art. You know rappers and MCs that have done the grind, and you respect them. You respect the calluses, you respect the grind. I respect the grind for comics.
Right.
I understand when someone's put in the work. Seeing them put in the work changed my perspective on what activism was.
Right.
And so I tried to apply myself to that aspect of it as well, to not just be air support, but hopefully be a part in strategic planning, to create the movements that can maybe get momentum into these things.
Yeah, you didn't stop there. What you spoke about just now, I think about when you used to be like, shame works.
But you know what? And the more you learn about shame, the more you learn that it has to be sustained shame.
Right.
Shame that they don't believe they can dodge, because these guys, man, it's fucking dodgeball. And they know that if your arm gets tired, they're done, and they will wait you out. So what I tried to do in our strategies was close every window and door because they'll find the crack. They'll find where the draft is, and they'll find their way out.
That's your journalistic style as well, your interview style.
You try to. You try to close off avenues of escape and obfuscation. And if you can do that, now they got to deal with you.
Integrity.
And hopefully that they don't, then they know they can't escape without dealing with the problem.
You did this again in 2022, just recently, the PACT Act. You have these veterans, you spoke about this on your show, they're exposed to these toxins. And this act was passed recently, right?
So that's another one that's been going on. But again, that's about the culture that this country uses its veterans for. We, the rallying cry was, we always have money for war, but never for the veteran. And
the rhetoric versus the reality, as you like to say.
No question.
Yeah.
And the misunderstanding that the value is in the people, not in the plane. And that's been lost on Capitol Hill. They kind of don't give a fuck.
That story was crazy. I'm looking at, I wrote some of this stuff down. Like the burn pits in Iraq were giving cancer to soldiers. The VA was denying 70% of the claims.
That's right.
Death by toxic exposure, far exceeding death by bombs and bullets.
No question.
A soldier
Same, by the way, with the 9/11 first responders.
Right.
There's more people that have died, and also the local population. I mean, not just first responders. It's students. It's teachers. It's everybody that lived down there. The death toll post 9/11 is much higher than the death toll on 9/11.
Yeah, it's crazy. I learned so much from your show. I learned about recycling from your show and how it's not helpful in many ways. It's bullshit.
Here's how you know it's bullshit.
It sounds like a conspiracy theory on YouTube, but it was on the problem with Jon Stewart, which I took way more seriously.
You know recycling is bullshit when the bins for recycling are plastic. That's how you know.
That's how you know.
Yeah.
Noise is the enemy, clarity is the goal.
Yeah.
You said that.
Always.
This is the statement for the problem. You also described the problem. I'm going to sell it better for you because
Please.
you said it. You said it's the Daily Show, but less entertaining. Right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going to say for me, it's highly entertaining.
Wow, okay.
It's just for people. You have to care a little bit, I think. I watched the Daily Show over and over again. The Daily Show was my go-to on the road. I would download. I traveled all the time, download episodes, so I'll always have them on my computer. I watched almost every episode of you on the Daily Show. But if you got, I would watch for the opening monologue and then the little skits and the bits and everything.
That's how we made our bones.
Right, and then if you got to a guest that I didn't care about, I tune out.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what it is with this show, is like you're taking more time with the guests that people may not care about.
That's right.
And you're spending more doing deeper dives.
And investing, I think, in trying to tell a story.
Yeah.
Daily Show really was, it's a reactive medium, and you make your bones on being there. I mean, the truth is, it's just that it's like anything else. Like, why'd you watch a Daily Show? It was home.
It was
like,
on daily.
It was on.
It was
like
the Daily Show.
Yeah, it was on every day, and I was home, and I didn't have anything else to do. This is a little different in that you're trying to tell a story about something, about the systems. It's I liken it to like the Daily Show. I was a weatherman, and maybe this show we're talking more about the climate. We're talking more about the systems.
See, but John, you got to know the difference between weather and climate to even get what you're saying, and that's why this audience for this show is a little different.
Yeah, and also the audience is different solely on the fact that I'm 60 years old.
Right.
Like I'm 60 years old. Like communicating to an audience like we communicated to the Daily Show won't necessarily be the same. I'm not fluent.
It's like Chris Rock said, you're not too old, you're just too old to be in the club.
No question. and that realization is another, life is about humility. Because it's constantly kicking your ass in unintended and surprising ways. And you have to be open to that. And you have to, Dave says something that I think is such an important point on this too. And he always says, you have to forgive yourself.
Yeah.
And it's a very hard thing to do. It's hard.
Yeah.
Because it's hard when you get to my age and people tell you, the positive things you've done or whatever that is, to accept it with grace, but to also not manufacture invincibility around that or ego around that, because, the bus will hit you tomorrow, man.
That's right.
And
that's right.
And you're always trying to figure out how to humble yourself on your own failings.
Well, I think you have to. Like, one of the things that I struggle with is I've always been looked at as this positive, conscious artist. And people go to me as a truth teller and stuff like that. And this is like a narrative that's formed around my art.
Right.
Regardless of how I might live in my private life. this is what's revolved around my art, right? And what happens is that I think people hold me to this high moral standard that I don't necessarily hold myself to sometimes.
Right.
And it just becomes a little tricky to navigate that.
But isn't that just grace? Because it's grace that comes, then it has to come through in your work as well. What I try and separate out is malevolence and incompetence. How much of and ignorance.
Yeah.
What's malevolence and what's ignorance? Ignorance is an epidemic, but it is a highly curable condition. Malevolence runs the world.
Oh, fuck me.
It's a much narrower slice of people, but they don't sleep. And so that's the battle. How do you engage with ignorance as a force then to muster against malevolence?
See, he's dropping jewels right there. That's 5% knowledge right there. He's like, see, the 10%, they know what's up to 85%. They the poison animal.
And also, we do run the banks. Okay, go ahead.
We're gonna get to you running the banks in a second. But before we get to that, because of what you just said, the malevolence and versus the ignorance.
Fucking.
There's several examples of you doing that in the media. Your famous takedown of Tucker Carlson, in which you were self-deprecating. You were like, "Look, I come on after puppets."
Aren't you supposed to be able to hit these? I think I'm supposed to be able to destroy them and you purify it or whatever. I don't know.
Some of the ignorance and some of the
I don't
evil.
fully
This just happened
understand
with Bill
the
O'Reilly.
setup.
On your new show, you call the CEO of Shell evil to his face. You say to this man, he says, "I expected you to have a black mustache to twirl. You're the villain of this story." It's the first thing you say to the CEO of Shell. You on the Midnight Miracle, which is also on Luminary, you tell a story of meeting Roger Ailes.
Yeah.
And Dave
Sure, I
Chappelle
mean, if
described
we were
it
gonna
as
do
the
'em.
Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader saber fight.
Yeah.
But in that story, you go on to say you wonder if you helped add to the noise more than you helped the country progress in the years that you were on the Daily Show.
Sure.
Do you still feel that way?
Sure. History, whether it remembers me or not, isn't the issue. The issue is, in the time that you were here, did you clear the room of smoke or did you add smoke? And there are times where I don't know. I know what the intention was, and I'd like to think that the balance scales, but there are moments where not the case, and
the country has more right. Fox News is more powerful.
No question, but I never thought, listen, the consequence of that in terms of the larger polarization, I don't really look at. I mean it more in terms of were the arguments sound? Were we right? Was what we were trying to put forth to the good of those that needed the most?
Right.
And to the detriment of those who were preventing them from getting it. And that's all that, that's the balance sheet, and you you take note of it every day. But to the larger global scale of polarization, like, I'm a drop of water in the ocean. Like, that's just, those tides run on the lunar calendar, not on man's time. So
makes sense.
I don't think of it in that way, but I do think of it in terms of on those individual moments, and did we execute those moments to the highest level of our abilities? But yeah, listen, nobody wants to look back on their career and be like, damn, I fucked this world royally. But to your point, though, about like a guy like Tucker Carlson, like, that's cynical. What he does is cynical.
Right.
And he hides the true motivation for it. And that's what I mean by the difference between well-intentioned, honest brokering and cynical manipulation.
Yeah, I definitely put him on the evil side. I wasn't going to speak for you, but
no.
For me, I put him in the.
No question.
I feel like he knows exactly what he's doing and saying.
No question.
I don't feel like he's ignorant about his messaging and his coding.
No, it's all purposeful.
Yeah.
And it's marshaling very, very malevolent forces.
Yes.
No question.
Now I want to shout out Derek Hamilton,
Derek Hamilton.
Had on your show. He's a great guy that
So
not enough
smart.
people know about him.
Oh, he's so smart.
He's like a pro-black, anti-racist economist.
Yes.
Very smart, into social justice, but knows his shit when it comes to the numbers. Pro-reparations guy.
Right.
So if we're gonna make an argument for reparations, he's the guy to make the argument.
Yes.
LeVar Burton is a constant guest on the show.
Yes.
With his book, It All Started with Slave
Yes.
Labor.
It all
Because
started with slave labor.
Everything starts with slave labor.
That's right.
Is the joke. You speak about reparations on your show. Thank you for doing that. You have a whole reparations episode. You discuss how racism is a spectrum that ends at racism on both sides.
That's right.
Toni Morrison had a viral moment years back.
Right.
And she's talking about in the discussions of racism, how we solve it. Please take me out of it. This is the oppressor problem. It's white people problem. It's a white people problem to solve. And you took that to heart. And I've never seen anybody do this, but you had an all-white panel addressing racism, which I think if you haven't studied critical race theory or know about Toni Morrison or know why you did that, it might be shocking to some people.
It was.
Some people might have been upset.
That is correct.
Okay. I didn't even know that part, but I would just assume so, just from the optics.
It was maybe the most controversial that we've done, and the most, I think, misunderstood. And I think it's always misunderstood when you go at something that you believe is systemic, because people take it as a personal attack on their morality. And the minute that they feel attacked on a moral level, at their very soul, where they believe in their hearts they are not racist, that's when defensiveness and hostility are at their peak.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to decouple the act of living in something that was the creation of a flawed, malevolent system. We all participate, right? All of us.
All of us.
And that's what I mean by the grace of it. I live in, Manhattan. These buildings got here through bloodshed and through coercion.
Around here, built on the burial grounds of
Built on the burial grounds of Africans and more than likely hippies from the 1960s.
Right. No, that's actually true. Greenwich Village is the history of this place is actually a pauper's grave.
Oh, really?
From the
Okay.
1800s, they built this neighborhood on the graves, which is a bunch of poor people, mass graves.
Now that's the second part of it. We have always in this country criminalized struggle.
I hate my
prisons,
face.
debtors' prisons. If you couldn't pay your bills, that was a legal offense to the system.
Right.
You cannot pay your bills, so I'm afraid we're going to have to keep you in a cage.
Right.
And the whole point of what I was trying to impart was, when something has been built that way, it's not enough to just say we will stop building more of it. But if the effort isn't made to dismantle those things, then they remain not as inert, abandoned structures, but as structures that still they have an effect to this day. And it's not meant as an attack on those who live in them now. We all do. We all participate in exploitative systems. I'm woke. My fucking phone is not.
That's right.
But I use it because it has birds that are angry on it, and I love them.
Right.
But do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not so. That's what I meant
That's
by
exactly
the humility of, like, I know what I am. I try and live to the good unless the inconvenience of it is too great.
And that's what Andrew Sullivan couldn't wrap his head around.
Couldn't.
Now, when I'm a little bit familiar with Andrew Sullivan
Sure.
over the years. I'm not gonna lie, John. When I saw you announced the first guest, I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
And the second guest, and I said, Andrew Sullivan?
Yeah.
What, pray tell, could Andrew Sullivan have to offer to this conversation? And I'm like,
turned out very little.
Very little. But what's funny is that I haven't heard Andrew Sullivan talk in years.
Yeah.
And here you are, a panel with all these white people, and we're all having a discussion. I'm like, maybe Andrew Sullivan has turned a new leaf. Maybe he's gonna say something, and he did not disappoint. Good on you for calling him a liar. He contradicted himself the whole time. Everyone's talking. He was just sitting there on Zoom like this.
Right.
Shaking his head the whole time. He was literally and quite literally trying to colonize that conversation. That's what he was doing. He was really on some, I'm white and I say so, and he didn't understand. he didn't understand at all. He was very defensive. When he got to, this was a trigger for me, because you kept doing what I said you do before, closing the doors and the windows. You weren't letting him out. You were being respectful, but you weren't letting him get away with saying some of that bullshit he was saying. But when he got to this anti-white extremism, that to me that's the part where I got upset. Before I was just like, ooh.
Right.
I got upset when he said anti-white, because I don't think Andrew Sullivan knows. I'd like to think that he has good intentions.
Right.
But I don't think that he knows that when he says that, he's doing Nazi rhetoric.
I would agree with you. I don't think no. Here's what I think is, again, the problem. And this is throughout many of these fault lines in the society. And it's the all lives matter argument, right? So what he's saying is, how could there be systemic racism if white people fought in the Civil War? Not all white people are racist. And that's fine to say, and if they want to say, like, but my answer to that is
this instance is the hardest instance to finish.
And the answer is always enough. Enough to put Jim Crow laws into place. Enough to allow slavery in a country with a constitution where all men are created equal. How many? Enough. Are there some fighting against? Of course. But how many are? Enough.
Systems.
And the fight is to make sure that there's not
the
enough.
Absolutely, in my experience, legitimately the hardest one to clear.
I think the problem
people
for me
just
is
don't
understand
know. And like, and I'm not any more innocent with the two, but it's crazy, dude. People, like, it's the hardest one, easiest one to wipe on, but easiest.
Is the most basic building block of a diagnosis, and which is the most basic building block of any treatment. So the question is, and what I think I always come to is, the reason why this conversation is so difficult is life is hard. And nobody whose life is hard wants to be told that their life is actually easier. And so you get into this one-upmanship of whose life is harder.
The oppression Olympics.
The oppression Olympics. But at the core of it is a simple truth.
Yeah.
And that is, I feel like people that aren't me are going to get the resources that should be going to people who are me.
Yes.
It's resource guarding.
Yes, it's that equality is not a pie. You're going to still get your slice.
Well, I think the argument has to be that investing in tearing down these systems makes the pie bigger.
Yes.
This isn't entitlement. This isn't a penalty. This is investing in something which has corroded and weakened our country. If you can strengthen an area of our country that is a fault line, if you can refurbish that, if you can strengthen it, you strengthen all of us. In any of this, I don't understand why it's not considered investment in human capital.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
The enemy of any healthy country is entrenched poverty.
And how you treat your poor people.
And how you treat your poor people.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, recently, I watched you power through an Ohio audience with Dave. And speaking of Andrew Sullivan, I feel like Andrew Sullivan is the type of gay white guy that Dave Chappelle's talking about in his comedy. As he's talking about Andrew Sullivan. But, you know, John is a legend. He's an icon, and we're performing at, it's like Thanksgiving, maybe?
New Year's.
It was New Year's.
New Year's.
It's all a blur, although I don't celebrate holidays.
Yeah, it was New Year's.
But it was like a football game going on.
Yeah.
And
oh yeah, the national championship football game is going on while the concert is going on in Columbus.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're doing a set about how blacks and Jews need to come together and get whitey in Ohio. And some people in the audience didn't know how to feel about this. Yeah. And you said, oh, y'all are whitey.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't always go great.
No, but it was, and it's
Old Lang
funny.
Syne, baby.
It's funny because I shout out to Radio Raheem because I'm standing there with Radio Raheem.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh my God, this is not going well. I was like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Look what he's doing. This is comedic gold. Like, because the more uncomfortable they got, the more Jew jokes you did. You did jokes about Hanukkah. You did like a whole set on Hanukkah. It was crazy. you did an episode about globalization on your show, and you also talk about how certain terms that are associated with economics, socialism, globalism, are used as code words for Jewish people.
Oh,
and those things
sorry.
There's been an uptick in that. There's an uptick in anti-Semitism.
Sure.
People using these terms more, trying to
Well,
demonize.
whenever there are stressors in the world that seem to be coming to a head, there's an uptick in all isms.
Yeah,
Anti-Semitism, racism,
Absolutely.
anti-gay, rather. Like, it's a way for people to blow off steam against those that are least equipped to do anything.
What was interesting to me, though, is that your episode on globalization made me think about the fact that I think people conflate globalism and globalization.
Yes, that's true.
I think you did a good episode on that because globalism is an ancient concept.
Yes.
You know, like it's the rising tide lifts all boats. We're all going to do business together. It's going to be good for everybody.
Right.
But people are like, oh no, that's the Jews. Immediately when they hear that.
Yeah. They're running it. Or what I liken it to is, so what ran the world when the world started to develop was colonialism. It was a way of, the world has generally run on the extraction of necessary materials from people at an unfair price. It all started with slave labor.
Yeah.
But the whole point of colonial powers was not, I will bring you Christianity and civilization. It was, is that cinnamon?
Right.
Is that saffron? I could use that in my paella.
Right.
And they go and they extract it, and for the price of their army. It will keep our army. And by the way, the same tactics go on. If you look at our war in Afghanistan, there was a fighting season. And the fighting season was when the Afghans would harvest their opium. And then they would sell their opium through this network called the Haqqani Network into Pakistan, and they would get their weapons, and then they'd be ready to fight. Like, natural resources have always powered empires and wars and all sorts of things. Yeah. Globalization, to some extent, is the neutered form of that colonialism.
Right.
It's still, look what China's role is in Africa right now. It's not strictly, it's not in the way that you think of Chinese warships come and they take and they utilize slave labor. They come in and they go, we'll build you a road, but we sure do want all that cobalt for nothing. And then they build them a shitty road and they get all the cobalt and they fucking get out of there. The pursuit of supply lines is globalization.
Yeah.
And it's not how we all learned it in school.
Right.
The triangle trade and all those types of things. But it's the same principle. Where can I get my shit the cheapest?
That's exactly right. Now, speaking of colonialism, I like that segue. I'm Segway King. Segway God right over here. I appreciate you as an artist and as a humanitarian, as a human being, because I imagine it can be difficult because you are someone who is righteously speaks out against the disgusting, violent, terrible anti-Semitism that comes from all facets of our society.
Sure.
But you also are humanitarian enough to speak on behalf of Palestinians who are being treated like second-class citizens. And do you get any pushback as a Jewish person because of this?
No, everybody's cool with it. Everybody's cool with it till they find your email address.
Right.
Of course. You know, again, it's, and there are a lot of reasons for that, but one of them is that as a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. And you must back their actions or the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other, and one has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that people choose on their religion or on their history or on their background. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of or that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic. And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's to nobody's benefit but the Palestinian people that it get resolved. It's not to the benefit of the Israeli government. They use the Palestinian issue as a cudgel. And they continue to build settlements and whatever it is they want to do. And no one's suggesting that like terror attacks are okay and that's a good thing. But if you're held to that standard that you don't get your state until nobody tries to kill anybody else, then you're never going to get your state. It's not to the benefit of the other Arab leaders in the region, because their people can be mistreated in the same way by their autocracies. So why do they want to fix the Palestinian situation when they can use Israel as an easy code to get their people in line? Don't look at us, look at Israel.
Right.
We're fucking with you. Look how they fuck with the Palestinians. It's not to the United States' benefit, because we have an ally in the region that's a lot more complicated for us than in other ways, because they rely on our military aid and all kinds of other things.
Yes, indeed.
So if it's not in anybody's interest, in the powers of status quo, what chance do they have?
It's a very efficient way of looking at it. That's exactly what it is.
But what chance?
Yeah.
And it's not really to Hamas's benefit, and it's not to Fatah's benefit, because then they lose their grip on power. So the only people who always lose are the day in, day out Palestinian people.
Yeah.
Because it's to no one's benefit to help them but them.
Yes, indeed.
And so not recognizing that is to be blind to any dynamic. But that doesn't negate how I feel about anti-Semitism.
Of course.
And anti-Semitism is not the same as Zionism.
That's right.
It's not the same as any of it. But boy, don't have that conversation with people.
I appreciate the way you're able to have the conversation.
Dude.
A lot of people are not able to do it. I mean, I had a situation where I'm not even like the BDS dude, but I've done benefits for BDS, and I've said Free Palestine on records because it seemed like the right thing to do. I align myself with causes that make sense to me. And I had a series of venues in Germany, of all places, cancel my shows because there was a law passed, I think around 2019, that if you support BDS, you're supporting hate speech. And so it's interesting because these Nazis online, a bunch of Nazis online started an online campaign to be like, this guy supports BDS.
I had 3 paladins.
So one by one, all those venues.
Right.
I heard you say on Colbert, talking about Kanye and Kyrie, how you get called anti-Semitic for this. And so I related to that because I'm like, hey, what did I do? I get called it sometimes as well.
Well, generally they'll go self-hating Jew.
Self-hating Jew, yeah.
You know, and you'll get anti-Semitic sometimes, but mostly you get self-hating Jew.
What I get is, well, you know, you're the original Jew.
Yes. I've read that book too.
Okay. Now, your film Rosewater is, beyond it being an important story that needed to be told, and thank you for making it.
Yeah.
As a director, it's a beautiful film.
Oh, thank you.
It looks and feels amazing.
Gentleman by the name of Bobby Bukowski, who was the DP on it. Wildly necessary because he had the unenviable task of translating TV brain into film look.
Yeah.
So I could, and he was a wonderful collaborator, and that's what I also love about
Finally, dude.
But he was a wonderful collaborator in being able to translate intention into feel, into vision, and did an amazing job with that.
Yeah, and Irresistible was really, really, really good. The ensemble cast.
That instance is brutal. The cocooning is so annoying.
That looked fun.
Also, I don't know why my Deadly Boss Mods is not working, but it's still not
Rose
working.
Byrne is maybe the most underrated actor.
Oh, she's
in a long. Everything she's in, she's popping off of that screen.
Yeah. And all nice people, you know. For both of those shoots, I was very fortunate to have people who came into it with the right. You know, I make movies for not a lot of money. You know, they're not big studio pictures. And, you know, for instance, the conditions on Rosewater, we shot it in Jordan, in the middle of summer during Ramadan.
Yeah.
So the crew, which is Jordanian, basically is not eating or drinking the entire day. And it's 100 degrees, and we're in a prison.
Right.
And so for your Hollywood actors, it's a slightly different environment.
Yeah.
But at least I was a first-time director.
Yeah.
So that helped.
Right. What do you get out of making movies that you don't get from the stand-up or the interviews? Because even with like Irresistible ended with an interview. It's like, I feel like he was like, I got to get one in.
I got to get one in. You get consideration. The Daily Show is on every day, and it was a 17-year project. But it was a 17-year project where every day we made egg salad. And egg salad's really good that day. But 3 days later, you're like, damn.
Yeah.
Somebody want to throw out the egg salad.
Right. Aging like avocados.
That's right. Oh, nice one. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that in film you get to consider, you get to take your time and elevate frames. And not just you, but you get to see how a great art director will elevate it through maybe production design, or a great wardrobe person will elevate it through the way they design the cast wardrobe, or a way that a musical artist will elevate it when it's time to score, or when it's time to add in. Watching people take something that you think is maybe inert and continue to buff and polish it, make it shine, is exciting.
Yeah.
Bringing people of expertise in and then allowing them to use that expertise to make what you made better.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful thing. Chris Cooper's character in the movie says, if you can't live your principles, I guess they're just hobbies.
Yes.
I feel like that sums up what you're trying to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it sums up an aspiration, but also a knowledge that a little more complicated than I try desperately to do that.
Right.
But I also try very hard to remind myself that I don't.
Right.
If that's possible.
Now, you already have all these things that you do that people say John is such a wonderful guy for, but on top of that, you also run a sanctuary for abused animals.
That's my wife.
It started with Bufflehead Farm. Is that still?
That's right. Yeah.
Bufflehead Farm.
Yeah. Now it's Hawkeye. We moved it to a slightly larger parcel because apparently pigs tear the shit out of places. So.
Yeah, the conversation that you had, I forgot.
Yeah, so
what show it
Questy's
was,
like
but
basically worthless.
people started talking about how much they love bacon. It was very
Yes.
hard for you. I could see.
Well,
you were like, the bacon has names.
Yes. Once you know that, it messes you up.
Yeah.
And listen, man, I don't begrudge anybody their dietary choices or any of those things. I'm just not in a position. Those are very personal things. And for many years, I was more meat than man. But
How long you been a vegan for?
7 years. Not vegan, vegetarian,
not vegan.
but
Vegetarian, okay.
7 years, something like that. But before that, I was a corned beefitarian.
Corned beefitarian.
So I only ate corned beef in the shapes of different animals. Different chickens, things, whatever it was. But, it's a different relationship. And so if I can do it, I try very hard to do it. But I also wholly respect other people's choices on smoking, drinking, eating, whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not in a position to judge.
Well, that sounds like a good time to me. Don't threaten me with a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, Jon Stewart, People's Party.
My
Thank
man.
you. Thank you.
A pleasure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
That was pretty good. Jon Stewart is a legend. I very much like Jon Stewart. Did you like? What?
First, Ricky Gervais describes Carl Pilkington as the funniest man alive in Britain today. He should know, because along with Stephen Merchant, the three have got millions of fans downloading their podcasts each week. Well, Carl is now branching out. He's just become a travel writer, but he's nervous about being accepted as a proper author.
I've got my new book out. I don't know if you've seen it or not, you probably haven't. But it's all a bit strange because it was never part of my plan to bring a book out. But now that it's all happened, it's all a bit of a worry, really. It's a bit weird, I don't sort of consider myself a proper author. You know what I mean? When you sort of think about authors, you just think about brainy people and, people who are good with words and that, and I'm not. It's called Happy Slap by a Jellyfish. I know, I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest, but it's too late to change it now.
He's an idiot.
shouldn't have a book out. I mean, that's why it's weird. I mean, he's never read a book. He didn't go to school, but he wandered around experiencing stuff.
How do I have Deadly Boss mods, but Deadly Boss mods, but not Deadly Boss mods?
This isn't the sort of place they'd bother with mine. Well, it's about holidays. My book's about holidays, and I've been on quite a lot of holidays. The girlfriend's always booking them. I don't really want to go most of the time. But
Yeah, even the voice
she
pack's
books
not
them, I
working.
don't want to be left on my own at home, so I tend to just get dragged along. There's just a book for everything, isn't there? Everything's been written about years ago. Write about anything. Has anyone written about it before? No, they haven't. Whereas now, look, what are the chances of coming up with something new? My book might annoy other authors. Not people, but authors, because I'm sort of joining their club.
Did it get
Do you know what I
updated?
mean? And
I have been. Did it literally get updated as I was?
They're all sort of talking about the new books and things, so I thought I'd take mine along, get a bit of advice. So you think if you saw that on the shelf?
Oh, auctioneer! What the
would you
fuck,
sort of
dude?
go, oh, that looks
Shoplift
interesting?
it. Yeah, I would.
It's not so much what the critical reception of your book is. It's how many units it shifts. You're sort of measured
At least
by
auctioneers updated, I guess.
the yard, really, in terms of, and that's books laid flat. That's not one on top of the other. It's books flat.
When you're bringing a book out, the publishers say to you, right, we're looking at about 224 pages you've got to fill. So straight away, that's like, oh, how big's the font?
Oh,
One
come
way to
on,
fill all
kick
the
in.
pages,
Their
without
coffee?
having to write stuff is she used pictures.
Wasn't like it was a
Going
horrible
about
place, to be
Lanzarote,
honest.
just, being this sort of grey, horrible place, they'll sort of go, it's not that bad. But if you show them a picture, they'll go, God, he's not kidding. And it is grim. The woman on the coach trip said that's where they filmed Planet of the Apes. I don't know if she was lying. But kind of like, so what? You know what I mean? Planet of the Apes, it's a good film, but I never watched it and thought, oh, I'd like to go there on holiday.
At the risk of sounding pretentious, I think a true artist sees the world differently, and Carl sees the world differently to everyone else. He sees something that you don't see.
I haven't got loads of qualifications. If they read this book, they'll see that there's not many long words in it.
Right.
And they'll just be, I don't
Happy
think...
slapped is one of the longest words I've ever seen on the front of a book.
First of all, don't care what other authors think anyway. It doesn't actually matter.
Natural, though, isn't it?
I don't know. What you want is readers.
Did your editor at any point say, Carl, that word is just too long to be on the front of a book? As is the word Pilkington, which...
But I've got to have my name on it. It's just been worth coming down here just because I've seen, how much work is involved being an author. It's not just about writing it all out, you've then got to push it. Might as well be working on a market, really. Look at it. These are all the people coming in to buy it. I don't know where he'll go on holiday. You know what I mean? He's been about a bit.
Thanks a lot.
I suppose one thing I learned here was that, doing book signings and that, it's a good way to meet your fans,
Oh, yeah.
isn't it?
Take a crap.
Do you know what I mean? Look at Michael there. He's loving it. Loads of people are into what he's doing. His key is a bit bigger than mine. Not quite sure it's working for me just yet, though.
The fact of the matter is, 2% of people sell at any one publisher and the other 98% don't. And so the people that sell, like Jordan and Jodie Picoult and people like that, support everybody else. I wouldn't feel guilty about that because they're raking it in, so who cares, Now, I think any opportunity to publish a book, take it.
I genuinely don't know if he knows what he's doing or if it's intuitive, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. It's just funny.
There's nothing like this, is there?
I think it's great. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
Don't even know what that is.
Happy Slapped by a Jellyfish and Flanimals, still available. Award-winning.
Sort of. No. Looks alright, doesn't it?
time for what we think is a TV first, a bit of cultural history, an animated podcast. We're calling it a podtoon. And it's come from the most successful webcast team ever. Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington are in the Guinness Book of Records for amassing around 10 million downloads. When we asked if they'd like to do something for us, this is what they came up with.
Heard what they're doing?
What who's doing?
Scientists bringing the mammoth back.
Oh yeah, they're genetically engineering it. They're a few sort of million bits and pieces away, but they reckon they're going to be able to build a living mammoth in 2 years. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What sort of Jurassic Park type stuff?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah. What do you think of that, Carl?
Do we need them?
What do you mean?
Well, is it worth messing about? Because I always think, well, whoever's
We're back.
putting one of these together, right?
Yeah.
They must be pretty bright. Right?
Yeah.
So whilst they're messing about with an airy elephant, could they be doing more useful stuff that the world needs?
Well, it's sort of like, it's fascinating. Even if on the face of it, it looks pointless, which it rarely is scientific discovery. It's about conquering nature, isn't it? I mean, that's amazing, isn't it, that you could bring a mammoth back? What are the implications to bringing a mammoth back? Could they feed the starving? There's
What? So
applications.
you're saying
Well, I'm not
bring
saying
it back
anything.
to kill it to eat it?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that rarely is scientific discovery pointless and a waste of time in the greater scheme of things. We learn from this, don't we?
But don't you think the world's busy enough? It's like you can't hardly move. You know what I mean? And mammoths are taking up quite a bit of room if a load of them come back. We've already got elephants, which in my eyes are good enough. They do, they carry stuff about and that. Where would you put the mammoth if they get it going, right? They pop it on give it the old electric shock and that, wake it up, and
Frankenstein's been watching.
And it's like,
all this information about science is about the Flintstones, Planet of the Apes, and Frankenstein.
In his head, they've got an elephant. They've put some carpet tiles over it, and they're trying to bring that back to life as a mammoth.
Forget it then.
I'm joined now by the brains behind what we should maybe be calling a cartoon. Welcome, Carl Pilkington.
Oh, yeah, how are you?
Thanks, I'm good, yeah, thanks for coming in.
It's all right.
So, Carl, tell us about the cartoon there. That's a world first, I think.
Well, I only did it for the Culture Show, because I do a podcast, don't I? Which is like a radio show for the computer. And I just thought it'd be a bit boring if we played a clip from it. So I got my mate Laurie to sort of do a little cartoon. And your boss came up with the cartoon idea, which I thought was good. And just done that for you. I just thought it was quite topical with it being about global warming and that sort of thing.
So listen, right, the download is doing pretty well. 10 million downloads
something
worldwide.
like that, yeah. But that isn't that many in terms of how many people are sort of on the world.
Is that many in terms of what you expected to achieve?
When we did it, we thought we'd have about 10,000. So we put it out there, and it's had loads of downloads and that in like Australia and America, and had an Eskimo and that download it.
Really?
That was weird.
That was kind of cool.
So yeah, it's out there for everyone.
And do you think that you'll kind of cash in on it now and take the mega bucks?
Yeah, I'm earning a few quid. Not that much.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be here talking to you.
Yeah, well, exactly. You wouldn't bother, would you?
No.
I read recently in The Spectator, they've named you as Britain's funniest man. What do you think about that, about your following, your cult following?
I think it's daft. I think Ricky said that. I think he means, because he knows a lot of like comedians and that, and I'm not a comedian, so I think he sort of means, as a normal bloke, I'm the one who makes him laugh, probably.
I mean, people think that you're sort of putting on a character, don't they, on the podcasts?
Yeah,
I've had loads of people ask me
okay.
what I really like.
Again, I don't understand that.
Feel better.
Because I'm just, you must know people who
Just sitting there, I was like, oh god, I gotta poo so bad. But I feel better now. Coffee just ran right through me.
I'm not mental, am I? I don't know if that's a term you can use. Yeah. But I'm just normal. I just want a normal life and everything.
You remain a bit of an enigma, really. I mean, even Ricky has never been round your house, has he?
No, I don't want him around the house.
Why not?
Well, because we live in London, there's loads of cafes and stuff where we can meet. He doesn't have to come in my house. I've only got a small flat anyway.
I was talking to him about it, and he was saying that it's become a bit of a kind of a chase situation between the two of you. He's trying to find out where you live, and he chased you through the street the other day.
He did, yeah. He was like, "Where are you going?" I said, "Oh, I'm going home," which I shouldn't have said. And normally I sort of lie and say, "Oh, I'm meeting someone." But he said, "Oh, you're going home, are you?" And then he said, "I'm going to follow you."
What is this?
I was like, "No, you're not." And I looked behind and he was still there. So I started legging it.
Details.
And, he started legging it.
Oh, shit, no.
Luckily, I got away because I'm a bit fitter than him, and he was wearing shoes and I had
He said it was
trainers on.
because you had trainers on, yeah.
Well, yeah, but also, I mean, it's clear that I'm fitter than him. I don't know what he's playing at.
Drawing
It's
attention to himself.
He's got too much time on his hands, hasn't he, really, now? So, I mean, he always calls me and says he's busy doing films in America, and oh, I'm doing extras, and I'm interviewing this person, that person, yet he's hanging around London, sort of hunting me down.
Trying to work out where you live.
Yeah, so don't tell him.
Oh, it's right in my
Don't give him
face.
any information if he speaks to you.
I won't pass it on, no.
Wait.
Then. I mean, apart from obviously trying to keep your location a secret.
Do you know what? I don't know. Just whatever comes up, and I think, oh, that's interesting.
We could give you, like, on here, Carl's Culture Corner. That would work. Reasonably literative.
Yeah, do that. I'll do that if that's on the...
These are raids.
Kind of go on a cultural journey. That would be good.
Dungeons, please load those. That's why. Okay.
Yeah, Mark's got quite a bit of background knowledge.
Has he?
He says so. He seems to know a lot.
Yeah.
But then, you know, maybe all he needs is an inquisitive mind, Carl. Thanks very much. Well, hopefully, cartoons will become a regular thing.
Cheers.
But first, this week, a new exhibition at the Hayward claims to bring together the world's funniest art under one roof. Carl Pilkington went along to see if it could raise a laugh.
I don't understand any of this. Why is it so quiet?
Well, there's no do all that kind of.
Carl Pilkington went along to see if it could raise.
It's just silent because she's not saying anything.
Artists from 20 different countries, trying to see how humor works in contemporary art context.
You've had to laugh at this for it to get in here.
I laughed so much on some of these works, first time I saw the work.
But is anyone else laughing, or is it just you on your own laughing?
No, other people are laughing as well.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Because you don't normally get laughter in a...
Okay, so this is probably why I was having those issues. So I think that's it. I think we're good there.
Arts to be always complex and serious.
Yeah.
That means the clown is not wearing the shoes.
I'm in the third room already. And I'm still not laughing. But she's loving it.
Oh no, what is this?
That's what I think art is. It's stuff that you'd be happy having in your lounge.
I see. No, I think the art gallery, this is a place to experience something extraordinary.
I have this stupid fucking icon because I accidentally right-clicked it, then I accidentally right-clicked the top, and now it's stuck.
Yeah, certainly. You know, I went to art school and do all that kind of, you know, perspective, and whether you can kind of draw is neither here nor there. It's like
if I could complain about anything, it would be there's too many mods
like,
for this
well,
fucking game.
You don't have to play the guitar that well.
Does everything mean something here? Say like this one of the fella. Is that just a gay bloke climbing a tree, or does...
That's a flower.
All right, a flower. Yeah.
It's either a big flower or a small gay guy. Homosexual.
And is that it? Is that all meant to get from that? There's no hidden.
Well, there's no reference point to classic literature or anything like that, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
He just happens to be a homosexual.
Yeah, and he's climbing a tree. There's no problem there. Oh,
It's a flower.
Because the other issue
And do you think
is that the add-on doesn't necessarily tell you or say exactly what the add-on is.
Artists doing it, they like to step it up a gear. Would you ever think about, I don't know, colouring them in? David had two big walls to himself, which seemed a bit unfair to me when Nedko, another artist, had come all the way from Bulgaria and he'd just been stuck in a stairwell. He's not even given him any paper. He just draws on the walls and sort of uses the shadows to help tell little stories. Where did the idea come from? Because I've never seen it before, someone using...
I like to play with the people's expectations. People, they enter an exhibition space and they say there is no show. It's completely empty, because from a distance you can't see that stuff.
Yeah, it just looks like a fire exit.
At the same time, you can see people, which they're like a bend.
The worst part about it is it's like details something, but it's not in here.
They complete the show, and then you get attracted by, okay, what
Oh, here it is. I'm
in this
stupid.
empty space there.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's good.
Oh,
So
it's
you
my
get- you're
detail.
gonna
Wait, what?
Do something especially for
Oh.
us, are you?
For you?
Yeah.
I'll make something special for you.
And this is just made up right now, yeah?
Yes. The only reason for writing this is that there is a BBC Two cultural show crew filming
Okay,
it.
so it is detailed.
Brilliant.
So you see.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Welcome.
I don't know.
Cheers, Nedko.
Some days I just don't have patience for anything.
Debate representing the Laughter Network. So I'm not going to talk too much to you now. Let's just experience the wonderful benefit.
Whoever this did was audio cutting constantly, so I stop watching.
It took a mere 43 mini breaks to consolidate my belief that travel is a monstrosity.
Bingo.
But let me resubmit for your consideration the hard evidence.
Sounds like a threat.
For what does TV do better than repeat itself? So let me, the fatally tarnished Richard Ayoade, set this to a low simmer.
This is a terrible idea!
In a series of eerily familiar montages, I'm going to savagely shoulder you through a phalanx of packed peregrinations.
The better times.
A cluster of clippage among the most meaningful in the history of Light Ent, cobbled neath the worryingly broad title, Out and About.
Lovely to be at one with nature!
Joining me on this raid through RAM are a group of people who all regret spending time with me. Like this one, that one, and also that one.
Yes.
Yes! Woo!
Together we say the same thing twice.
I'm running a light. I'm running a light.
Oh, God.
That really weird buzz in your testicles. Sure.
Whatever it was over here, it's now here, and I have no means of fucking with it, and I don't...
We went, but should we have gone?
Annoying.
Please, it's pre-watershed.
Let's light this firework in Vienna, retire to a safe distance, and watch it rise far away from the face of Chris O'Dowd.
There's a lot of culture here.
Should we just walk around the city at pace?
I've got an idea that might even be better than that.
The only possible way to securely scoop all of Vienna's architecture into our thirsty eyes was in miniature cars, a little like these miniature cars.
These are your hot rods. These are my hot rods. Chris, that's your hot rod.
Oh! Austria's worryingly relaxed vehicle laws mean these ludicrous dinkmobiles can be driven on actual roads amongst full-sized vehicles.
Hey!
80 grand! What? I presume what you're saying is facetious. Hot rods, summer in the city.
All of this area that we're driving through right now is the first district, okay?
I can only take a man in a tiny car so seriously.
Our guide Florian will take us hurtling round one of Vienna's most exciting ring roads, past the Opera House, the City Hall, and the Berg Theatre.
This is St. Stephen's Cathedral, guys. Lovely church.
I think it was good to give that the 7 seconds that that architecture deserved.
You have very small, tiny little neat shops.
Nice. Do you have Dixon's here? No.
Like, what the fuck? Is it my damage meter that's coming off of that too? Like, seriously, like, why the fuck did I have that?
And if you're going to sightsee at speed, you must renounce all fear of collision.
Watch out for the tram. I'm running a light. I'm running a light. We're really rattling through this. We might be able to go back a day early.
Our knowledge of Vienna has expanded profoundly, but as with many things that exist in time, the tour must end.
Oh, wow. Can I be frank? I'd love you to be frank. I was impressed. I thought that the buildings are very old.
That is an excellent observation.
Very nice. Very clean. It's like a massive Guildford.
Is there any higher praise than that?
I really enjoyed that.
Good.
I'll not do it again.
Yeah, as with many things we enjoy. Should we dismount?
Yeah.
With elegance.
Oh.
By the time we exited the frame, it was night. Now Athens for an Apollonian amble with the Dionysian Dawn French.
Well done.
After a shot of a cat, a courtyard, and some jerky pedestrians, we trot towards Europe's leading tourist destination at time of recording.
Slippy.
Too slippy.
Very slippy.
I don't know. I'm in a fucking bitchy mood. I don't want to stream.